Hello. Hello, everyone. Respected guests, speakers, delegates, my colleagues joining this event both online and offline, a very good morning to all of you. I, 𝗕𝗔𝗚 Sharma, am delighted to welcome all of you to the second edition of VOH Healthcare Leadership Conclave 2022. At the outset, I would like to thank each one of you who have gathered here to deliberate about the forthcoming future of the healthcare across the globe. On this grand collaborative event, we are extremely grateful to be supported by our hospital partner, National Cheng Kung University Hospital, Taiwan, our country partners, the Israel Economic and Commercial Commission, Embassy of Israel, New Delhi, British High Commission, our corporate contributor, CTBC Bank, our academic partner, Chitkara University, our hospital partner, Apollo Hospitals, our supporting partners, Association of Healthcare Providers of India and Association of Indian Medical Device Industry. Over the next few hours, we'll be hearing from the different stakeholders across the industry who would be deliberating their thoughts on how the healthcare sector has transformed from the past decade across the globe. Before we begin, allow me to share a brief overview about this conclave. With the motto of reinventing health, reimagining care, we would be focusing on how the integration of technology has helped in reincarnation of the healthcare system and has made a tremendous shift in the patient care delivery. With the immense support of Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, India has now been successfully emerging as one of the leading hubs of medical value tourism and changing the face of how we see healthcare today. This conclave is designed to understand the new focus areas which we have opened up with the advancement of technology in the different arenas of healthcare, such as healthcare technology, medical devices, hospitals, diagnostics, infrastructure, end-to-end healthcare delivery services, and more. Via this conclave, we also intend to act as a platform to utilize the strengths of India, Taiwan, Israel, UK, and Australia for collaboratively working towards innovation and advancement that exists in this industry and co-creating solutions for the most pressing challenges in healthcare. We are really looking forward to exciting new milestones and taking healthcare forward as a united team of change makers. Now, to begin this ceremony, I would, honoring our country's tradition, to mark the beginning of today's event, we are now going to have the lamp lighting ceremony. For that, I'd now like to invite the dignitaries from the audience to please come forward to light the lamp. I'd request respected Dr. R.S. Sharma to please come up forward. Ms. Natasha Zanchan to please come up forward. Ms. Lara Hampshire, Dr. Naveen Nishchal, Vikram Anand, Tanmay Adhikari, Rubina Sood, I would kindly request you to please light the lamp now.
आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम्.
Thank you so much, everyone. Now that we have formally inaugurated the event, Let us begin with our inaugural session for the conclave. To join us on the stage for the inaugural session with a huge round of applause, I would now like to welcome Dr. Naveen Nishchal, Chairman, Voice of Healthcare, co-founder, Meadow Health, Healthcare Delivery Specialist at Harvard Business School. Ms. Natasha Zanchan, Counselor, Head of Economic and Commercial Mission, the Israel Economic and Commercial Mission, Embassy of Israel, New Delhi. Ma'am, please come up on the stage. Ms. Lara Hampshire, Deputy Head Trade Policy, British High Commission, New Delhi. Ma'am, please come up on the stage. We also have our eminent dignitaries who are joining us virtually. I welcome Dr. Mukesh Kumar, Head International Health Division, Indian Council of Medical Research, Department of Health Research, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Sir has joined us virtually. We have Dr. 𝗕𝗔𝗟𝗟. He's Director General, Public Health Bureau at Tainan City Government, Taiwan. Welcome, Dr. 𝗕𝗔𝗟𝗟. We have Mr. 𝗟𝗘𝗔𝗗𝗥𝗦. He's the Council Commercial, Trade and Investment Commissioner, South Asia, Australian Trade and Investment Commission, Austrade. Welcome, Mr. 𝗕𝗔𝗟𝗏. Mr. Sanjay Jha, he's the General Secretary, Voice of Healthcare. A very hearty welcome to all of you. Now, it is my great honor to welcome on stage our chief guest for this gathering, respected Dr. R.S. Sharma, Chief Executive Officer, National Health Authority, Government of India. Requesting you to please come up on the stage, sir. Sir, it is indeed our honor to have you with us. I would urge the audience to please welcome our stellar inaugural panel with a huge round of applause, please. Now, commencing the inaugural session, I'd now like to invite Dr. Naveen Nishchal, Chairman, Voice of Healthcare, to deliver his opening address.
Thank you, 𝗕𝗓𝗄. Thank you very much. What a wonderful morning. We are back to normal, I think. And we have forgotten that we have been through a very tough time. Do you know, we tend to forget bad memories quickly. This is sort of a protective mechanism of our brain. It's again a survival instinct, I would say. Good morning, everybody. Respected Dr. R.S. Sharma, CEO NHA, my dear friend Dr. 𝗕𝗔𝗟𝗟, Head International Health Division, Tainan City, Taiwan, Dr. Mukesh Kumar, Head International Health, ICMR, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ms. Natasha Zanchan, Counselor, Embassy of Israel, New Delhi, Ms. Lara Hampshire, Deputy Head, Trade Policy, British High Commission, Delhi, Mr. 𝗟𝗔𝗟𝗏𝗋𝗏, Council Commercial, Australian Trade and Investment Commission, Mr. Sanjay Jha, General Secretary, Voice of Healthcare, Dr. Dinesh Batra, Ms. 𝗚𝗏𝗚 𝗟𝗏, all the dignitaries and delegates joining us for the event, both physically and virtually. A very, very warm welcome on behalf of Voice of Healthcare. Before moving further, I would take this opportunity here to thank Dr. R.S. Sharma on the recent development, which is covering the cost of 3 days prior and 15 days post-hospitalization, which is a huge, huge step and huge, huge relief for underprivileged segment. Everybody knows that Ayushman Bharat is world's largest social scheme. Also, I must thank our country partners, UK, Israel, Australia, and Taiwan for supporting us, especially during Delta wave. Everybody knows that COVID is still active. We recently discovered a new variant of Omicron BF7, and which is going to be the dominant variant in coming time. While setting the agenda, setting the context of today's event, I believe healthcare has always been in the back burner. But COVID has taught us many lessons, and healthcare leaders, both at government and private sectors, have been instrumental in our fight against COVID. Apart from COVID, we are facing many other challenges in healthcare ecosystem. Here, I would request all the leaders present to take a step back, introspect, and then discuss how we should prepare ourselves for the future. You know what excites me the most? When conversations go beyond these events. I have witnessed many collaborations, many ideas coming out of Voice of Healthcare platform. So we have some exciting sessions in next 4 hours. I once again welcome our special dignitaries, entrepreneurs, delegates, partners, and organizers for the event. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words of encouragement. Now I'd like to request everybody's attention on the screen, please. We have Dr. Mukesh Kumar, who would be sharing his views on international collaborations of ICMR. Can we have Dr. Kumar, please?
Yeah, very good morning to everybody, and our sincere greetings from ICMR to all of you. I express my gratitude for the organizers for inviting me for this very important care leadership conclave. And once again, on behalf of DG ICMR and on my personal behalf, I welcome you all. I'm very happy to see here several international partners globally as well as from India. I am really very delighted to see here the CEO of NHA and the senior representatives from the embassies of UK, Australia, Israel, and of course, Taiwan. So thank you very much for this opportunity. The topic which is given to me is international collaboration of ICMR. So let me share thought about how the international collaboration of ICMR is pursued. In fact, the international collaboration opens constructive dialogues in key sectors with investment of resources, capacity strengthening, developing common technological platform, consortia, and networks. So international collaborations are sought under various mechanisms like bilateral, multilateral, or even the regional collaboration. So the framework is decided mutually, areas are decided and identified mutually. So currently, India has several bilateral science and technology agreement, and health science is a part of these agreements. And for any health research, the ICMR is taking care of under these agreements. Beside these collaborative arrangements which we have in the Ministry of Science and Technology, where the health research is also identified as an area of collaboration, there are many MOUs, letter of intent, declaration of intent, or even the joint statement which have been signed by ICMR. So currently, we have 24 partnerships with various agencies, various departments, and various countries. The International Health Division, which is headed by me, coordinates and facilitate the international collaboration in biomedical research along with its counterpart agencies. And the purpose of this kind of MOUs or the collaboration, by and large, is the exchange of scientific knowledge, exchange of scientific information, exchange of scientists, researchers, technicians under joint collaborative research projects, including support for procurement of scientific equipment, organization of joint scientific meetings, seminar, workshops, symposia, subject to the identification of those areas, and it provides a lot of opportunities for researchers for training, capacity building, and technology transfer as an ultimate aim. In fact, to formalize the regional cooperation. Recently, in 2019, the ICMR has entered a partnership with African Union. So India-Africa Research Platform has also been created in March 2019. So it's a partnership of two reasons. So it's a paradigm shift which has taken place by setting up of this platform to develop local scientific capacities, to raise their efficiency in human resources by training of researchers, health professionals, industry representatives, and strengthening their regulatory bodies. So this kind of skill development is likely to yield a very significant results. I will also give you another example, which is a joint initiative with support from WHO's CRO office, Southeast Asia Regional Office. So this is a platform which has been created in 2019. It's called Research Platform. Research is a full form of Regional Enabler for Southeast Asia Research Collaboration for Health. So this was launched to combat the dangerous pathogens, emerging and re-emerging infections in Southeast Asia region. So in fact, the first meeting, two meetings were organized by ICMR in collaboration with these countries and WHO in 2019, and the last one was then 2 years we could not do anything much. Progress was appreciated because then in 2021 we organized another meeting wherein we have already identified the common areas of collaboration between India and these countries. So the partnership is a responder in such kind of emergencies, in a commitment to the people, and it is in line with SDG 3 of United Nations, which is ensuring healthy lives to promote well-being of the people of all ages. So in fact, the partnership is to generate high quality of knowledge, high quality of research. Cooperation has been in existence for centuries, but now after last 2-3 years, formal mechanisms have been developed. Therefore, we have 24 very successful partnerships. As we all know, the science and technology are set to have no national boundaries. The one research which is done in one part of the world can find application elsewhere. I will end with a quote: the knowing is not enough, we must apply that knowledge, and willingness is not enough, we must act upon. With this, I congratulate once again the organizers and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kumar. We congratulate ICMR to all these initiatives, and I'm sure that we have a lot to look forward in terms of international collaborations in the healthcare sector. Now, moving on, please give a big hand for our chief guest, Dr. 𝗟𝗔𝗟𝗟. Sir would enlighten us on the initiatives and strengths of digital healthcare systems in India for making healthcare more accessible and affordable.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Khushbu, and friends. Good morning to all of you. My colleagues on the dais, Dr. Naveen Nishchal ji, Natasha Jangin ji, 𝗟𝗔𝗟𝗟𝗏, and 𝗚𝗹𝐴 ji, many other friends. Online also, many friends have joined. So, Dr. Mukesh Kumar and others. It's really a privilege for me to be here amongst you, and I would like to congratulate the organizers for organizing this very, very timely summit, Leadership Summit, Global Conclave 2022. I think the basic, the topic, which is reinventing health and reimagining care, is also quite apt, because during COVID times, we were all, limited and contained in our homes. We were not able to go out. And whenever we were seeking medical help, we were all calling our doctors, our friends, and, calling pharmacists also to deliver medicine. So one, good thing which emerged out of COVID, I mean, nothing good came out of it, but at least one thing which good came out of it was the more use of technology in basically healthcare, seeking healthcare, whether we are calling doctors on a video call or asking for medicines and all those things. So that is one thing which has happened, and I think we have to be aware and careful in future also, as Dr. Naveen Nishchal said, Corona is not yet gone. I mean, there are new variants coming out, and we don't know how it will play out in future, as we did not know when it happened suddenly. Now, I'd like to share today morning the work which we have been doing in the National Health Authority. And of course, we have been collaborating, as I was telling Lara, that we are collaborating with the national health systems, National Health Services in UK. We have very close collaboration with them, and we are also collaborating with other entities. For example, in Australia also we have signed an MOU, and we are collaborating with them. We have essentially two programs which the National Health Authority is running. One is providing health assurance or a health coverage to 40% of India's bottom population, which means that each family has a family floater coverage of 500,000 rupees, 5 lakh rupees for a year for all kinds of IPD issues, which is basically when they get admitted in the hospital, then their costs are covered. And that's a great assurance to the people, because as you are aware, a large number of people go below poverty line because of some disastrous, event, some disastrous, problem happened with some member of the family, and somebody becomes ill, and if it's a serious disease, then, they have to spend the money. And I've heard heartwarming stories of many of the beneficiaries of Ayushman Bharat, Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, where they say that if I did not have this cover, then I would have had to sell my cattle, sell my land and other things. So it's actually very, very important that the country has provided, our Prime Minister has provided, taken a decision to provide assurance, health assurance to about 500 million, 50 crore people, 10 crore families in this country. And in the last 4 years, the scheme was started in September of 2018. And in the last 4 years, we have covered 40 million hospitalizations, which is 4 crore hospitalizations, and spent about 46,000 crore rupees, which becomes about more than $7 billion. So that's the expenditure and coverage which we are doing, and people are taking advantage. We have covered everything, starting from very serious disease like cancer to other kinds of issues. As Dr. Nishchal was saying, that we have also taken a decision to cover 3 days prior to hospitalization, and after discharge 15 days of medicines and aftercare. So that actually is a very comprehensive coverage. And interestingly, from the very beginning, we are having a system of a technology backbone, which essentially processes all the hospital claims, both private and public. And we have, for your information, 25,000 hospitals empaneled with us. So their claims are all processed digitally, which means there is no paper involved. So hospitals upload these claims. Of course, some of them are scanned images, but they upload the claims, and thereafter the processing is starting with the checking of these claims, looking at the sufficiency and appropriateness of the treatment, and of course other parameters. These claims pass through an examination by various operators in our system, and then finally the hospitals are paid also digitally. So this is the system which we have created. We are processing about 1 million claims per month, 10 lakh claims per month. You can imagine there are 35,000 to 40,000 hospital admissions taking place every day in this country, and they are being funded out of Ayushman Bharat PMJY. So that's one part. We have been introducing technology. We have been introducing standard treatment guidelines and other kinds of technologies. And we are also welcoming newer breeds of technologies which actually provide a very cost-effective way of diagnosing disease. We are also launching a platform for innovators and the people who have done a lot of work in this space to essentially demonstrate their technologies, and we provide software as service to every sort of these technologies. So that's another way to promote our startups and the people who are doing research in this area. The other a project which has been started a year back on 27th of September 2021 is the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. And that idea is essentially to leverage technology to deliver health services. How technology can enable a more cost-effective, a more affordable, more quality, more accessible health services is broad idea of this mission. And therefore, one is thinking of creating a framework whereby these things can happen in a consistent manner. Now, what has happened, as I explained, is that people have started using technology. That's fine. But the problem is that all these innovations or the technological uses are limited and are not structured, not really formalized. And as you know, health, care is something where one has to ensure quality, one has to ensure that quacks don't enter the system, one has to ensure that everything is proper. Otherwise, we will have all kinds of crisis and problem situations. So essentially, the idea is that we create an architecture, a technology architecture, which can seamlessly deliver services, at the same time promotes innovations on this, the whole system. So we don't really build final solutions, we just create a framework, and thereafter the innovators and startups are able to plug into that framework. That is the broad architecture. Also, the fact that any technology solution for a country as diverse as ours, as large as ours, cannot be a single solution. It has to be a solution which takes care and incorporates and includes multiple solutions. At the same time, the whole framework has to be scalable, because we can't have, it's not a small place, it's 1.4 billion people and a large country. So therefore it has to scale up very fast. It has to be interoperable, because there are multiple solution providers and they all have to talk to each other. And therefore interoperability is also extremely important criteria for such kind of framework. Similarly, it has to be speedy. It has to speed. It can't be done in a very slow manner, because that's what is required for a large country. It also has to be based on open standards, so that newer players can just, they know what is a standard and how I can plug into this software. So these are many, sort of overarching architectural considerations which one has to keep in mind before designing a system. 𝗕𝗏 is a recent example. As you know, 𝗕𝗏 was designed basically to serve as a technology backbone for vaccination in our country. And what were the, again, considerations was it has to be scalable, it has to be interoperable. There are 150 individual applications which are connected with 𝗕𝗏, Make My Trip, Infosys, Apollo Hospitals. Everybody, they have the Paytm, for example, they have their applications and they are connected with us. So again, it has to serve the same way. 𝗕𝗏 actually sort of sustained 2.5 crore, 25 million vaccinations in a single day, which actually translates from a technology standpoint about 3,000 vaccinations per second. And that means this software has to be really, really scalable. And that is the architectural principle. So what we have done in the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission is that we have created certain building blocks. Now, these building blocks are also, in a way, open architecture based. So we have the personal health records, PHR, and PHR applications are being built, and there are large number of them. Those have been built where one can keep your personal health record and one can link your personal health records. Another thing which we have created is what is called Ayushman Bharat Health Account, which is basically a unique account where you can link all your longitudinal health records and keep them. So that's another very, very important construct. Similarly, we have a doctor's registry, which is basically health professionals registry, HPR, and we have health facilities registry, HFR, and the drug registry. All these three things will work as a very, very authenticated source of information about the doctors, about the professionals, about the drugs, about the facilities. So this is another part. The most important part of the digital mission is the consent, because please understand, health records are extremely sensitive data, and they cannot be, seen. My health records, I will not like anybody to have access to it. So therefore, what is important is we recognize that patient is central to this entire architecture. And it is the patient who should be the master and owner of his or her records. Nothing can be transmitted, nothing can be shared without his or her consent about his or her health records. And therefore, there is something called consent manager. The consent manager sits at the central. It's like a brain of this entire architecture. And that basically enables a very seamless transfer of data about my health to my doctor, for example, to prescriptions to the pharmacy where I can get my drugs, I can pay. We also want to have an interoperable video consultation whereby it ensures that whatever video, whether I'm on Zoom or WebEx or whatever other consultations, Practo or 1mg or anything, or other applications, eSanjeevani, I am able to have conversation with any other platform. So this is really an interoperability of the platforms which also is being done. We also have constructed something called UHI, the Unified Health Interface, similar to UPI. Now you see, UPI is another very, very important digital public infrastructure which this country has created. We did about 7 billion transactions last month, 7 billion transactions, which means more than 20 million transactions a day. Now that's the scalability. Now similar to the UPI, where you can transfer money from any bank to any bank, from any bank to any wallet, any bank to any person, those kinds of combination permutations are possible. Similarly, we have created what is called a set of protocols called UHI, Unified Health Interface. And what it does is essentially using the same APIs, you can search for ambulances, for doctors, for hospitals, for drugs, for anything related to health. Then you can book, and then you can avail, you can basically take these services. So you can book a teleconsultation, you can search for doctors, book a teleconsultation, then at an appointed date and time, you can get in touch with the doctor and communicate with him or her, pay also. So these are some of the building blocks which have been made. And the philosophy of these building blocks is people should be able to innovate. People should be able to develop applications. So for example, in the PHR space, the personal health record space, some developers have developed an application whereby you can scan your blood reports or other kinds of documents. That particular software basically extracts information out of it, creates a temporal, creates a longitudinal, how your HbA1c is increasing, decreasing, what is happening with your blood pressure, etc. So these are very many innovations which are being done. And the whole idea is we don't want monopolies to be created. Because otherwise, you see what happens in USA, for example, there are only two companies, Cerner and Epic, which control 90% of the patient's data. Now, they don't want to exchange data. They have interest in remaining as silos. Now, we don't want silos in our country. And that is precisely the entire democratization of that information flow. Nobody can become a monopolist because everything has to be interoperable. So you can't say that I will control these records and I'll not share with anybody. Because the entire architecture, if you want to participate in this game, you have to be open. You have to apply certain principles, and then and only then we will allow you to participate. And that's the broad architecture. What is happening is thus far we have created 250 million health accounts, 25 crore health accounts. We have linked about 20 million records with these health accounts. So for example, if you have gone to Apollo and you have there's a prescription or there's a discharge report that gets linked to this account, and we do not store this data. We are not having some kind of super computer or super cloud where we are storing all these health records. No, this is actually a federated architecture whereby it is that entity which created your data that maintains that the data remains there only. Only thing is they have to enable the access of this data by the patient or by his consent at his will, which means that if you have visited Apollo and if you have taken some treatment, then the data will remain in Apollo, which basically your prescription or whatever data comes to you in physical form, that's one. But then there is another copy of the data which remains there in the Apollo discharge slip or admission slip. Now that data will have to be accessible by the patient, and that's how you participate in this game. So the overall conclusion is that we are starting this. It is pretty new in the sense that it is just about 1 year old. But I think at the way it is accelerating, we are actually 2 million records per day are being linked with their accounts. That's a very, very major achievement, especially when this whole process has started recently. And I think India is one country which has shown to the world that we can leapfrog in digital technologies. We have leapfrogged digital identity, for example, online digital identity Aadhaar. Every Indian, 1.4 billion or 1.3 billion, I'm not sure about the latest numbers, but these numbers of Aadhaars have been issued. And people have done 71 billion authentications over the last 8-9 years that Aadhaar authentication has been in practice. So these are some of the things which have happened. Electronic KYC has happened, authentication has happened, digital locker is there. So India, and of course, look at telephone. You know, we have 1.2 billion mobile connections. We are selling data at the rate of, US 10 cents or even lower per gigabyte. In the United States, the data price for a mobile data is $12.34 per gigabyte. And your, rate is 7 rupees per gigabyte. That's the difference. So Indians are using, they are calling, video calls are very frequent now. A laborer from Bihar who is working in Delhi, at every evening he calls his family at home with a video call. And people are watching films on the mobile. So I think India has shown that digital technology, if it is given to them, they will use it. And I don't think they need some training, but I think some of it is largely very intuitive. Now every villager also knows how to call from a smartphone. Some of the villagers, if they can't read, they have probably devised symbols to essentially say, oh, this symbol belongs to my friend Ramlal and this belongs to my Shyamlal. This is the kind of things which are happening. So I think I'm very confident that in this space, India is going to do very well, and we are going to leapfrog in this too. We are having an open network for digital commerce. Similarly, in health space, we are having. FinTech has happened in this country. Now health tech is the next wave which is going to happen, and which is going to happen very, very fast. I once again urge all of you to participate, because you are all opinion makers. You are the ones who are guiding people, and I will request all of you to participate in this mission so that we can digitize the entire health sector and we can take advantage which come with digitization of any sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for taking out time from your busy schedule, sir, and gracing us with the kind words of success and for hope, and for today's endeavor of exploring advanced collaboration opportunities on digital healthcare. Moving on with this session, I would now request everybody's attention on the screen, please. Sure, sir. Thank you so much, sir, again. Moving on, keeping everybody's attention on the screen, please, we have Dr. I-Lin, Director General, Public Health Bureau at Tainan City Government, Taiwan. Sir would be sharing his views on strengths of public health systems in Taiwan. Over to you, sir. Can we have Dr. Shea on a bigger screen, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, on behalf of the chief of the on behalf of the Dr. Xi, chief of the Public Health Bureau of Taiwan City Government, I'm Dr. Jen, because he have to go to some big business, so I have to say something for him. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm much delighted to have the opportunity to get an open address and welcome you to the 2022 Global Healthcare Leadership Conclave. Taiwan government have been promoting new southbound policy in 2016, and which call for developing a comprehensive, mutually beneficial relationship in some areas such as economic and trade collaboration, talent exchange, resource sharing, and regional connectivity with our neighbors from South and Southeast Asia to Australia and New Zealand. Under the One Country, One Center framework, which means the Ministry of Health and Welfare of Taiwan government assigned several top medical institutes to conduct the international collaboration program with the key country in new southbound policy. National Cheng University Hospital is the window to India. It's our honor, and is also one of the organizers of this conference. As the only national university affiliated hospital in southern Taiwan, National Cheng University devoted into precision medicine and AI to make more effort for higher quality of medical care and health promotion. India is a big country and a very important and like-minded partner in Indo-Pacific region. We all keep deepening and strengthening the bilateral collaboration on economic and trade, healthcare, science and technology, education, and so on. Looking forward in the future to have the benefit brought to people on both sides. Thanks for the distinguished guests to this great conference and sharing their experience today's conference. We just can't wait to have your speech. Also, my appreciation goes to everyone here. All your effort and participation complete this event. Wish you a nice day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Moving on, I'd like to call upon the podium Ms. Lara Hampshire to kindly share her views on global collaboration in the healthcare space.
Good morning, everyone. A big thanks particularly to Dr. Nishchal and the Voice of Healthcare team for organizing this event today. It's great to see so many countries represented here to share their insights on healthcare within their respective countries. The UK and India share a strong business bond, and we've collaborated with counterparts in India towards achieving the UK and India 2030 roadmap, which includes partnerships on digital health, AI in healthcare, and medtech. During the former Prime Minister Boris Johnson's visit to India in April earlier this year, he announced nearly 100 million of UK exports in healthcare and life sciences, including deals on medical training, robotic surgical systems, and other crucial medical products. With the impact of COVID-19, we've seen a transformation of healthcare services in our countries. Testing and assessment of symptoms has become streamlined with technology. More outpatient consultations are being delivered away from hospital settings, and home and personal remote monitoring has been adopted by people in their day-to-day lives. We're here to create a channel that can bring together a strong UK offer that addresses these changes in the healthcare space. As part of the trade team within the British High Commission here in Delhi, we work closely with a whole range of stakeholders, particularly UK pharmaceutical and healthcare companies, to try and address market access barriers, create frameworks with the Indian government to strengthen our bilateral healthcare relationship, and champion UK expertise and quality in areas of medtech and healthcare more generally. India is an economic powerhouse, projected to be the world's third largest economy by 2050. Our current relationship is strong, with 2021 seeing 24.3 billion UK and India trade. Securing a free trade agreement could strengthen the economic links between the UK and India and open doors not just for large companies, but also SMEs and startups. The UK and India are currently negotiating an ambitious FTA, which is projected to add around £7 billion to the GDPs of both India and the UK in the long run. The deal will address barriers such as complex regulations, high tariffs, making it easier and more cost-effective for companies to do business in both markets. Negotiations are productive. We've completed 5 rounds to date, and talks are ongoing. As India's middle class grows to 250 million consumers, there are huge opportunities in the area of healthcare. This, along with Prime Minister Modi's initiative of 𝗟𝗔𝗵𝗏 𝗟𝗟 should lead to the provision of high quality, affordable healthcare for all of India's citizens. The Department for International Trade are actively engaged in India to facilitate partnerships and support companies on both sides to leverage that huge opportunity. The conclave today is a perfect blend of stakeholders from different backgrounds who are keen to collaborate and expand their network here in India. So on that note, I invite all Indian companies to take this opportunity to understand the strengths of the UK healthcare sector and explore new synergies to deliver the best healthcare services. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Lara. Moving on, can I please have on stage Ms. Natasha Zanjan to please share her views on strengths and collaborations of global healthcare. Ma'am, please come up on stage.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. And of course, big thanks to Voice of Health. And also wanted to thank Dr. Sharma for his insightful words and the overview of the ecosystem of India, of the medical sector, of course, which was for me very enlightening personally. I have to share something personal to start with. My parents are just finishing their 2 weeks visit here, and last time they visited was just at the outbreak of the second wave of COVID. Actually, lockdown started once they were here, and they very quickly went back to Israel, of course. But they said, we were sitting yesterday, and I was asking them, so what are your impressions of India? And they said it's like two different Indias. The one that they saw about a year and a half ago, and the one that they had the privilege of witnessing now. I got here 2 years back. That was in the midst of COVID, of course. And I have to say that's my personal impression as well. It's like two different countries. 2 years back, there were no people, hardly physical meetings. Everything was held virtually on Zoom. You couldn't really travel. The city streets were pretty, I don't have to tell you, pretty empty. So it's I'm very happy and I'm very pleased that we're getting back to the BC, before COVID, hopefully, era. So gatherings of this sort is always a good thing, always a cheering thing. Israel and India are sharing their 30 years, celebrating their 30 years of diplomatic relations this year. This year it's going to end marking the 30 years of diplomatic relations. I think it's a strong relationship. It's a strong partnership if it's on the diplomatic side, on the economic side. We've seen huge support coming from India during pandemic, sending very important drugs, life-saving drugs to Israel. Israel has sent medical aid to India during the pandemic, of course, like oxygen concentrators and many other needed devices. So we're always happy to be there one for the other. But I have to say that, government partnership is being really backed up by technology, by the private sector, by the R&D, by the innovations, by the technologies. These are the real driving forces of this partnership, which these good relations are based on. We have in Israel over 1,500 different companies, startups in the medical sector. Nearly 30% of these, one third of these are in the digital health sector vertical. So it's everything from, the remote diagnostics, remote medicine, wearables, big data analysis, smart diagnostics. And as rightfully Dr. Sharma mentioned, you have to think how you secure all this data once going forward to a more digital area with your very sensitive personal data. In Israel, we have the medical sector, or the public one, is dominated by 4 different HMOs. All of Israel's patients' personal data, most sensitive data, medical data is uploaded to the servers and can be addressed and used in every different point of the hospitals, of the different doctors. Actually, it's completely paper free. So this is a tremendous, I would say, force and knowledge and a thing to work with in order to move forward in terms of promoting different new devices, different technologies, doing the R&D, and so on and so forth. This is also the reason why Israel was one of the, I would say, a sandbox to vaccinate all of its population, given the pandemic, of course. So I think I want to conclude with the fact that we want to see more and more partnership and collaboration in the medical sphere between Israel and India, of course, seeing more technologies being implemented, more knowledge sharing, more R&D. We have a strong tie of economic relationship, bilateral trade of close to 6 to 7 billion USD, depends on who you're asking, which data source, but it's still very far away from its fullest potential. And I think the medical sector, digital health sector, is one of the driving forces that is going to really influence the economic partnership between our state and the state of India, of course. And I do invite you all to connect with us in terms of connection to the relevant technologies and different startups and companies from Israel that are currently active in India or want to be active in India, and to see what type of partnership we can forge together. And happy and safe and healthy holidays and festival seasons to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Natasha. Moving on. Now I'd like to request everybody's attention in the screen back, please, where we have Mr. 𝗟𝗔𝗗𝗥𝗏. We request you to share your views on the new innovations and healthcare systems in Australia and scope of global collaborations. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, and especially the Voice of Healthcare, Dr. Naveen Nishchal and Mr. Sanjay Jha for having the Australian government representation in this important event, and also distinguished panelists from physical and also virtual attendance. Good morning, everyone. My name is Abdul. I'm based in Chennai at the Australian Consul General Office, and I lead the Australian Trade Commission healthcare team in South Asia. And I had the privilege to be the international health team while I was in onshore for over 9 years. So over the years, healthcare is close to my heart, and I'm also very pleased that I started my posting and continue to work in the healthcare sector. And in a country which I call it the engine room of global pharmaceutical, the engine room of backbone of all those software development and technology. So it's a privilege for me to present and talk to this audience. I also had the privilege to be at the National Health Mission's first year anniversary a couple of weeks back, catch up with Dr. Sharma. I also hosted Dr. Sharma with a visiting Australian digital health delegation 3 weeks back, where Dr. Sharma kindly hosted the team along with the Australian Digital Health Agency's Chief Technology Officer on the dais as well. I learned a lot, and I was really amazed to see. He mentioned about leapfrogging. I think India is going to surpass all of the OECD countries with digital transformation looks like. Couple of things I'd like to mention today in this forum. One, obviously, as Lara from the British High Commission mentioned, the relationship between the UK and India, same as to ours as well. It's probably the all-time high. Like UK, we also signed an interim free trade agreement. We hope that that will be ratified soon. We call it 𝗥𝗢𝗥𝗚. Under 𝗥𝗢𝗥𝗚, health is also a key focus there. As you can see in the back of my wall, it says Australia-India Business Exchange. This is also a flagship initiative of Australian government under India Economic Strategy. It's all about creating business literacy in both ways for the Indian industry to understand Australia and vice versa. So under AIBX, healthcare is also another stream that we are sharing what Australia has to offer and also how Indian industry can benefit by partnering with Australia. In terms of healthcare, you mentioned about an Australian public system and Australian healthcare system. We share lots of common challenges, and probably we can learn from each other. Dr. Sharma mentioned about a couple of things like a public health registry, the health record. He also mentioned the My Health Record. That's actually Australia's single health record for all our citizens. We call it My Health Record. That Australia is now implementing. So we see in terms of being a federated democracy, lots of similarities. We also have 7 states. We also have different health records, and we also have the challenges, how to make them interoperable. So we can learn from each other. Australian My Health Record that's being started, I think, around 2009. But first 10 years, the uptake was very, very low amongst the population. Up until 2018, it was an opt-in model. That means citizens needed to say, yes, we are in, then your health record would be up there. But under this previous government decided that we should change it, and we moved into an opt-out model where everybody is in until someone says, sorry, my record shouldn't be there. So we shared this experience at the forum with National Health Mission First Year University Australians, learning how a 10 to 15% of uptake all of a sudden goes up to 94% as soon as you got into the opt-out model. So we like to share those experiences definitely. The few things that I feel in terms of global collaboration, Australia initiated a program called Global Digital Health Partnership, GDHP program, in 2018 when Australia was the founding chair and then India took over. The whole idea of that Global Digital Health Partnership was, how can we harmonize, how can we standardize health data so that it can move around? Healthcare without border. And I'd like to think and propose this through Naveen and Sanjay, see how we can push it. India is the current chair of this Global Digital Health Platform. Due to COVID, it didn't progress. I believe there are 18 countries signed that, and WH is also trying to push it. So hopefully this GDHP program can be fast-tracked for global harmonization. The other areas where we feel we are challenged in Australia, such as preventable diseases, Australia achieved really well in last 10 years in terms of avoidable deaths. So we reduced the number from 160 deaths per 100,000 to I think less than 100 within the population of above age 75. And also in terms of coronary deaths of heart attacks, we are trying to reduce it. We're also going hard on terms of allied health in the primary care setups through uptake of digital innovation and remote care model. Australia also shares the similar challenge of geographical vastness as in India. We have got some cities where the population were not more than 1,000. How we can reach to those patients and provide them similar quality of care. That challenge, I think, poses to tier 2, tier 3 cities in India as well. So through this AIBX exchange, business exchanges, we are working with AIMS. We are working with a couple of private and public health institutions in India as well. How collaborative research, how collaborative solutions can overcome those challenges. Finally, Dr. Sharma mentioned about uptake of digital technology, especially mobile technologies in India. I think 10, 15 years ago, when we were talking about telebanking, like, wow, who wants to call the bank for my banking? But it is now very mainstream banking. Everything is, no one says telebanking, it's just banking. It's normal that we go via telephone. Same as telehealth. Similar to India, the telehealth provided the major primary healthcare services in Australia as well. In last 2 years, we had, I think, around 74 million teleconsultation. Through that uptake, organically, it drove innovation within the industry as well. So we like to see, both countries share those learnings and also exchange views and bring businesses coming together to overcome those scalability issues so that patients can benefit, and ultimately, our clinicians are incentivized to use this digital uptakes and generate some better patient outcome. So I'd like to conclude with one comment that as part of our Australia-India Business Exchange, we have run a couple of digital health bootcamp where Australian companies were immersed into the Indian ecosystem, and vice versa. We took 10 Indian SMEs to Australia to show them around how they can collaborate from clinical trials to a proof of concept to clinical trials, and then launch in Australia market and then globally. So we like to continue that. I'm very keen to work with Voice of Health and share those learnings through this forum. On that note, thank you everyone, and happy Diwali.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ikram, for that. Now, moving on, I'd like to request Mr. Sanjay Jha, General Secretary, Voice of Healthcare, for closing this session with a vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Khushbu. I would like to thank Dr. 𝗟𝗔𝗓𝗏, CEO, National Health Authority. NHA currently covers around 177 million people. Thanks for talking about Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, and then talking about creating framework for digital healthcare, which has to be scalable, interoperable, quick with open standard, and at the center there should be patients. Thanks, Dr. 𝗟𝗔𝗓𝗏. I'd like to thank Dr. Mukesh Kumar, Head International Health Division, ICMR. Thanks, Dr. Mukesh Kumar, for talking about international collaboration for researchers. Wonderful to see ICMR helping in cross-border skill development and research. Thanks, Dr. Shane, on behalf of Dr. Shea. He was here. Dr. Shea is Director General Public Health Bureau of Taiwan. Thanks, Dr. Shane, for talking about collaboration opportunities between Taiwan and India. I'd like to thank Ms. Zara Hampshire, Deputy Head of Trade Policy, British High Commission in India, New Delhi. Thanks, Mrs. Zara, for talking about exploring opportunities in collaboration with UK's strong healthcare system. Then thanks, Ms. Natasha Zangrin, Economic Council, Embassy of Israel to New Delhi. Thanks, Ms. Natasha, for building on our strong trade of 6 to 7 billion and calling upon exploring opportunities in relevant technologies. Thanks, Mr. Abdul Akram, Consul Commercial, Trade and Investment Commissioner, South Asia, Australian Trade and Investment Commission. Thanks for talking about My Health Record, of Australia and similar challenges and opportunities in both of our healthcare systems. Digital Healthcare Bootcamp is an amazing initiative, and I think most of people in India should be made aware of that. Thanks, Dr. Naveen Nishchal, Chairman of Voice of Healthcare, for setting the agenda for this global conclave. And thanks to wonderful VOH team for organizing this event. And thanks to all of our sponsors for enabling us to organize this event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. Moving on, now I'd like to take this opportunity to felicitate all the dignitaries present with us physically for this session. I would like to invite Mr. Rajiv Nath to kindly felicitate Ms. Lara Hampshire. Mr. Tanmay Adhikari to kindly felicitate Ms. Natasha Zanchan. So please come up on the stage. Ms. Upasana Arora to kindly felicitate Dr. Naveen Nishchal. Ma'am, please come up on the stage. Thank you so much. I request all the dignitaries present here to please stay with us for a group picture.
Hello everyone. As we are already delayed, we would like to stick to the timings. Let us now move on to the second session for today, Value-Based Leadership, Reinventing Healthcare for Tomorrow. Driven by a combination of rapid development of technology and medical science, the evolution toward next-gen managed care, integration of care around the patient, consolidation of care delivery institutions, technology-enabled healthcare services are already underway and sensing the need to take a step forward. We have gathered here to discuss the value that the healthcare industry leaders add to transform this care delivery. For this session, we are honored to have our eminent dignitaries present. Ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, I would like to welcome Dr. Dinesh Batra, founder, Ujala Signus Healthcare. Mr. Rajiv Nath, Managing Director, Hindustan Syringes and Medical Devices Forum Coordinator, Association of Indian Medical Device Industry. Mrs. Upasana Arora, CEO and Director, Yashoda Super Speciality Hospitals. We also have eminent dignitaries who are joining us virtually. Dr. Max Lee Chen Chen, Director, International Medical Center, National Cheng Kung University Hospital, Taiwan. Mr. Neeraj Lal, Chief Operating Officer, Apollo Hospitals, Gujarat region.
Very good. Good morning.
Please put your hands together to welcome all our panelists for this session. Now I request Dr. Batra to please take over the session from here.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. And it's very heartening to see the hall jam-packed in the morning itself. And it was a very informative inaugural session, particularly a lot of information passed through Dr. R.S. Sharma. So coming back to this session, I think the topic is very well defined, and we need to probably understand. If you talk to a 65-year-old doctor today, he will tell you what 40 years back healthcare looked like when he started thinking that he wants to become a doctor. Maybe in 70s or somewhere around that. It is actually more than that period has elapsed. So if you see what has transformed during these 40, 50 years and what is likely to happen in next 40, 50 years, I think that will be the crux of this session, what we are talking about. So how was what kind of disease burden we had while we were talking of healthcare, while we thought of becoming a doctor, was purely a different paradigm. We're talking about only infectious diseases at that point. And if you talk today, the whole thing has changed to a lifestyle diseases, and still we are not shedding the infective part. The infective part has actually reinvented in a different form, but better example than COVID itself. If you see the way people have used to access healthcare and the way people now access healthcare, and it's not only the small clinics transforming into corporates, but also the geographical distribution of access of healthcare has grossly transformed. And nobody used to talk of quality many years back. Everybody used to talk of that the whatever doctor says is the best. He is a god, and you can't question quality to a god. So that is what the quality was. And look at what is quality today, whether it is NABH standardized quality or whether it is perceptible quality in the minds of people. They are still not bothered what is NABH. They think a doctor who communicates well, who makes very good picture on the paper and is able to communicate in a empathetic manner, is able to communicate in a very different manner which appeals to the patient. Actually, that's the quality. Even today, for most of the patients, they do not have access to the doctor's data, the kind of surgeries he's been doing, the complication rates of particular diseases with a particular hospital or a doctor. That is not available in public domain. So for him, quality is different. For hospitals, the quality is NABH. So there is a mix of both at present, which every organization and every doctor has to look into. And we started from zero many years back. And similarly, if you talk of ethics, again, you find the things have dramatically changed. We are talking about patient as a consumer. We're talking about Consumer Protection Act. We're talking about the perception in the minds of people is still today that, the bigger the corporate hospital, the less the ethical value of that place. That is the present perception. And that's how we have evolved in terms of ethics today. And if you see the change in the technology use, it's tremendous. Actually, there hardly any technology other than stethoscope and BP operators. There was the teachings in medical colleges when we were being taught that clinical history and examination is the best tool to make a diagnosis and treat the patient. And look at now, what is COVID teaching? There's no need to touch the patient. There has to be a screen between you and the patient. He will just listen and write, investigate and treat. And the artificial intelligence will treat the patient even without doctor. So that is the evolution of the technology. So we are talking about everything changing so rapidly that we need to probably halt, discuss, and plan for the future in a very, very diligent manner. And look at the technology, which is now we're talking about electronic records, we're talking about personal data, we're talking about central registry, we're talking about rating the doctors and hospitals. So everything is very fast changing. So let's see and let's listen to the experts And our focus on all these buckets which I have talked would be probably limited to more of technology and maybe a little bit of value system also. So let me start with Dr. Upasana. So let's understand from her what does technology means to her going forward or even at present in terms of the clinical care or the patient care.
Thank you, Dr. Dinesh, and thanks to Voice of Healthcare. I really congratulate Voice of Healthcare. They are organizing different kind of conferences, webinars, and they are creating awareness among common men, because they are posting on social media and people are actually taking interest and listening. So this is the technology use. They are using technology very well. So anyhow, when we talk about hospital, these days we are depending more on technology than skills of a doctor. But still, I believe these days when doctors are using robot or they are using different kind of even laparoscopy they are supposed to do with the help of a computer and all. But same time, when everybody is saying artificial intelligence will take over and there will be less need of manpower and X-ray will automatically do the reporting and all. But I believe we are right now depending quite much on computers or different kind of apps or different kind of software. But nobody, and I don't think there will be any time when technology will take over of a doctor, because patient is a human being, and human being needs some emotional support which technology cannot do. So right now we are doing lots of things with the help of technology. Like in my hospital, you will find all the reports on portal, everything is computerized. Different kind of procedures are done with the help of technology. But same time, I believe when doctor is going to a patient and he is keeping his hand on his head and asking him, how are you? And you will be fine very soon. That kind of thing is required in healthcare. I think in engineering or in different industries, technology should take over and it will be good for everyone. But in healthcare, like I always say and believe, that healthcare cannot be run totally as a business model, because in healthcare you need some sympathy, some empathy, some emotional attachment with the patients. So technology will play a major role in healthcare, as lots of things are coming up with lots of different technology, and lots of apps are also working that you can find a good doctor near your place and something like that. But same time, still now that culture has gone when there was a family doctor and he was treating whole family and no super specialist was required. But these days, everybody is going for headache to a neurologist. Directly, they are going to find a neurologist, and just if they are having a stomach ache, they will go to gastroenterologist. So things are changing because of awareness, because of people are reading on Google and, but same time, these things are creating more trouble in, day-to-day life. Because if somebody is having headache and he started reading on Google, so he will find that he is having a brain tumor and he become depressed. So I think we should believe on our medical fraternity. We should use technology in a way that it should be helpful, but we need not to totally depend on technology, because these days there is a home care system where devices are lying with the patient and they are sending all the monitoring to a hospital, and then hospital doctor is taking care and he is calling. But I think all these things are good, but when there is some caregiver is with the patient, only technology cannot give care to a patient. That technology can monitor, the technology can give an alarm, but still caregiver is very much important, as well as physician, doctors are very much important. So I am not a old school principal. I really believe to go further and I really want to adopt technology, but not 100%. I really wish that we can use these two things in a very balanced manner. So one should not, lose faith on a doctor, You know, there was a research published in paper that there was it is a power of belief, that there was a doctor and who was giving a simple capsule. Nothing was inside that capsule, only some sugar was there, and he was telling to the patient that you will get better with this medicine, and that patient was depending so much on his doctor that he started feeling better. So this is the power of, you know, belief. Like we believe in God. Nobody has seen God, but everybody believes that God is there and he will help us. So I believe technology can play a major role, but same time that human touch, that faith in our consultant has to be there. Thank you, Dr. Batra.
So very rightly said, actually, technology can be a very good enabler for various things, whether it is providing the high-end surgical treatment to a patient, where technology is very fast and rapidly changing, starting from laparoscopy 30 years back to robots at present, you know. So that's a huge transformation happening in this space. At the same time, how the technology interface between patient and the hospital has started happening, not only medical side, but also non-medical side is very important. How we keep our records and how those records are accessed. And there's a huge, tremendous role being played by the government there. So it's very pleasing to see how technology is being very positively. But yeah, I agree that as far as doctor-patient relationship is concerned, there is a limited role even today. Since 2002, when Bengaluru, I attended a conference being organized by ISRO. That was their first initiative on telemedicine in this country. And even since then, by repeated efforts have been done by various the high-end corporate players as well as the government in terms of outreach programs of examination of patients while sitting at the other end. But till now, if you very critically evaluate, you will find the teleconsultation has worked in a B2B space more rather than B2C, where you have seen a lot of ICUs being set on the basis of eICU model, where the expertise is not available in periphery. The clinical consultation of that level is not available, but some kind of technical support is available at periphery. For example, in an ICU in a remote district, there is a manpower who is able to do central line, who is able to understand various procedures, how to do it. And it is coupled with a central ICU in Delhi, for example, a hospital like Apollo or Fortis or Max, providing that guidance to those people. So that has worked in a much better way rather than directly examining a patient sitting from a distance. So till now, and there are other small innovations happening in terms of having some diagnostic tools controlled by a central place where reporting is done or diagnosis is being done. So to that limited side, the doctor-patient relationship is evolving slowly, and let's see how it goes further. But there is still a limited role in that front. So let's move forward now. So I'd like to know from Rajiv that the lot of penetration in terms of accessibility is happening in tier 2 and tier 3 towns. And so we'd like to understand from you from the product point of view or from devices point of view, what are various the possibilities in terms of, like, government is offering a lot of incentives which is linked to performance to various manufacturing companies. So what's the possibility of having a public-private partnership where we can have easy access of these medical devices in tier 2 and tier 3 towns?
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you, VOH, for having me here. Let us look at some interesting statistics before we answer this question. India is spending hardly 2.1% of GDP on healthcare, compared to 9.7% of OECD. More than 55% of the healthcare expenditure in India comes from out-of-pocket expenditure. Urban India is 28% of India's population, having access to 2/3 of the country's hospital beds. Whereas 72% of India, rural India, has access to only 1/3 of hospital beds. The hospital beds themselves are hardly 1.5 per thousand population, compared to 4.3 per thousand in an OECD country. Only 1/3 of Indian doctors cover rural healthcare. In terms of density of population, in terms of size of area geographically, we all know what is the spread of India. So the very limited penetration still of rural India in terms of doctors. The maximum support that's available to the people in the country has mainly been coming in from public healthcare in rural India and not so much private healthcare. Of course, in the last 10, 20 years, we're finding a change now. Hospitals like Cygnus are now spreading out, providing tertiary care in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. But when we talk about rural India, that's the India which basically depends upon public healthcare centers or district hospitals, or they need to still travel many kilometers to the nearby town and city for even tertiary healthcare. In terms of access, in terms of public-private partnership, that role model definitely has succeeded in many spheres of, I would say, governance, where the government has passed on and collaborated with private sector to provide telecom, roads, infrastructure, airports, by having such kind of public-private partnerships. Ayushman Bharat, you just heard Dr. R.S. Sharma earlier, I would say was one of the first starting points at a national level, where not a small project like dialysis, but a large national project of providing not insurance, but assurance to public was being offered by the Prime Minister of the country. And this again brought in and pulled in private healthcare to come forward as partnership in this assurance and delivery business. Still early days, so there may still be debates as to how successful that's going forward, who's gained and who still is not feeling so happy with that. Let's leave that for now. But seeing the role of medical device manufacturers and being part of the eco-healthcare system, there are three areas basically where public-private partnerships naturally is going to be thriving in terms of an advantage in healthcare. The first is in the area of expertise. The second is in the area of technology. And third is in the area of efficiency. One has to look at models like West Bengal, which have done extremely well in bringing forward healthcare in terms of access to rural India. So COVID, I would say, was a big turning point in all this. The kind of public-private partnerships we saw happening between government, between healthcare providers, between NGOs, between the CSR of various corporate bodies and hospitals and manufacturers, brought forward resources, funding, manpower, focused on providing healthcare in terms of access to rural India. Telemedicine we just talked about is just one part of it. AI, I still think is too early days and actually is not immediately being a succor. But yes, we will see how it will evolve in the future. But what we saw was the big introduction of mobile clinics trains. Organizations like Trans-Asia and Andhra Medtech Zone introduced laboratory on wheels. So COVID testing could be done in rural India. Mobile clinics were used to bring in also vaccination into rural India. The kind of technology that would be now available in terms of a lab on wheels. A lab on wheels not necessarily can be in a bus or a truck, which has been converted into a mobile clinic, but even a lab on wheels is also now a lab on a bicycle. So you've got medical device manufacturers who have been able to create such kind of delivery of diagnostics available for rural India, which can be delivered on a bicycle. More than 150 tests can provide point of care testing and immediate answers so that solutions by specialists can be provided going forward. Dr. Batra mentioned about the PLI scheme. India is currently 80% import dependent. More than 61,000 crore rupees of imports take place every year of medical devices. The government has come out with a Make in India plan. Shortly going to be introducing also the medical device policy. And this will, of course, be focused upon developing various medtech parks which will be coming up to help address the infrastructural issues. So more medical devices can be made in India. And once these devices are available in India, they can be more affordable and provide affordable access to India. That affordable access is specifically required in rural India. So just to give an example, and taking the leaf from West Bengal, contracting of services to private sector in terms of dialysis, MRI scan facilities on a per patient per use basis, endoscopic surgical facilities in ophthalmology, orthopedics, general surgery, gynecology, and cardiothoracic surgical facilities, both diagnostic and therapeutic. We do think that in the next 10 years, the maximum growth that is going to take place will be in rural India. And for that, organizations like ours are already spreading and going in depth from that. We are taking the learnings from Hindustan Lytics. My own company, HMD, Hindustan Syringes and Medical Devices, we have got more than 5,000 dealers. And the bulk of our sales is increasingly coming from the heartland of India, rural India. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajiv. So there's a huge challenge in PPP model, which we have been witnessing for last many years, and that actually pertain to how to price the service and how to allocate a particular project to a private player. So in the morning session, if you have care to understand and read in between the lines what Dr. R.S. Sharma said, that in last 3-4 years, there has been 40 lakhs claims which have been settled at a price of 47,000 crores. So if you see the cost per patient, average cost per patient, which has been given to the private players or otherwise, comes to only 12,000 rupees per patient. So if 12,000 rupees per patient is the cost of treating one patient, so pricing issue probably has been sorted out and cracked. There are a lot of deliberation, discussion, and counter views which may happen that this is a very low price, but all said and done, this is being done. This has been done for last 4 years. 40 lakhs people have been treated by an amount of 47,000 crores at a rate of 12,000 rupees per patient. And so it means we are very close to solving that dilemma. Whenever we, as an organization, had tried to contact the government for a PPP model, I had the opportunity to discuss this in a particular project with the Health Minister and Chief Minister of Haryana. And the question was how to take over the intensive care of various district hospitals in Haryana on a PPP model. So they said, how will we cost, how will make out the cost? If we keep it open-ended, then it becomes too huge and it doesn't survive. And if we make a package, how do we make a package out of a ICU patient where cost of the variable cost of medicine and investigation differs from each patient to the second patient, which was very right. So it's an average cost which can determine the way Ayushman has done, even in medical cases which are open-ended. And so with that problem solved, probably there is a huge platform opened for PPP models going forward. I think there's a lot of clue there. Of course, there's some still debate still happening on the pricing. So going forward, I understand that Dr. Max Lee has to go for some meeting after this. So I'll ask him and we probably relieve him first. So my question to Dr. Lee is that what are various possibilities of international collaboration in healthcare, present and going forward? And is there anything the Indian healthcare system can learn from Taiwan model? And is there any possibility of working together between Taiwan and India going forward?
Hello. Sir, please unmute yourself.
Dr. Max, we are not able to hear you. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, you hear me?
Yes, yes, now we are able to hear you.
Okay, my name is Elvis, and I am the first speakers of the Taiwan presentation session.
If we can't hear him.
Okay, so technology has its limitations and which is visible now. So we can move on to Neeraj for the question. I hope, am I audible, Neeraj, to you?
Yeah. Very good morning.
Oh, good morning to you. So question to you is that how do we see in your experience what the technology has played a role in care delivery, and what's your in last few years experience, any specific technological innovation which has caught your imagination?
Yeah. Very good morning, Dr. Batra. Thanks for the question. I'm in Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar, and Prime Minister Modi is here, so we need to be here for a backup hospital. Thank you, VOH, for having me on this platform. I think there is moving away from the hospital to homes. So you must have seen so many startups have come, which is AI as all. But what I see, if we see health in a democratic way, We have to balance between the technology and the human touch for the care which is given to the patient. I'll give you example of Apollo Watch, what we are trying to do here, and just managing in Ahmedabad around 87 of the ICU beds. Now, post, which include tier 2, tier 3 cities. Some of the beds are managed by government also, which Apollo is doing in the eICU model. We have a software. The doctors are placed in tier 2, tier 3 cities, and our central monitoring dashboard is available in our main Apollo hospital, and our critical care consultant is managing these cases. And whenever the patient is getting sick, our 24/7 ambulance is there which can bring the patient in. So I think with the use of technology, our zone of reference has gone away from the hospital and we are catering to the larger audience. Apollo has also launched Apollo 24/7 is happening. Pre-COVID level, I think less than 5% people coming on this platform. Now here in Apollo Ahmedabad, only daily around 200 all video consultation is happening. AI we are using in the predictive medicine. For example, in Pro Health, every day we are doing corporate health checkups. And say, for example, Torrent, Intas Pharmaceutical, we are the corporate health checkup partners with them. So what we do at the end of the health checkup, we send a AI predictive medicine report to the CMO or a HR head of the company, which show a dashboard how many employees reported, what is a medical condition, and what are the medical intervention can be done with the help of Health Mentor. We are also using AI cameras, which is capturing. They want some help. So our care manager, while seeing these images, while patient is waiting for the OPD, they see whether patient is sad or irritated. She technology for the betterment of care, it is good. Our EMR adoption with the innovative use of voice assistant, that is Cognito, is we have started a porter application in our hospital. There's a patient transport system where young boys and girls move from one area to another area. So we have given them a app like Ola and Uber. So wherever the closest technology is changing after COVID, and hospitals are only meant for ICU operating suites and critical care. Rest of the healthcare is reaching far beyond the hospital. So I can say instead of managing 85 beds in the ICU, we are managing over 800 beds. So I think technology is here for a long stay, and I think we have to use this technology to the maximum audience. I think it is very, very important in healthcare, and we can give good care to our patients. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Neeraj. We could understand the gist of it, but there's some pieces which were missing. So, but let me comprehend this for the audience, So that's basically mentioning that it's as a enabler, we are using technology, whether it is being used on the patient accessibility or whether it is being used for the customer experience while he comes to the hospital. So these are various ways we are using, but we're very eagerly waiting for one thing, like something like Uberization of the ambulances, which is a huge challenge in our country. Something of that sort can actually happen quicker than later, at least in metropolitan cities. So that will be great help to overcome that golden hour, which is very critical in case of emergency patients, to be brought very soon to the hospital as soon as possible. So going forward, I'll ask the next question to Upasana. How do we sort of align with while we re-emerge and reinvent healthcare? How can we recycle the whole clock back to our value system, and how can we sort of align people in the organization in a healthcare delivery model to the purpose of what we are wanting to do?
Yeah, actually, if you see, lots of things are depending on leadership. So these days, why everyone is talking about healthcare? Because our leader is talking about healthcare. Our prime minister is talking about medical value travel. He started this Ayushman Bharat. Before this, no government has taken any initiative for healthcare. So rates are not good of Ayushman Bharat, but that is a separate issue we can discuss in different forum. But I mean to say, when someone who is a role model for many, he is doing something, he is, creating something, and with his actions, he is creating a, example for others, then things will take shape and everybody will talk about or everybody will follow. I will give you an example of this TB Mukt Bharat. Our Prime Minister has given this message, and he has given a timeline for this, that 2025 we will eliminate the TB from India. So after that, our Health Minister has taken a meeting with all the chambers and councils, and I was there. So he was actually motivating everyone that you have to, adopt these TB patients, to give them nutritional food, to give them, because government is providing treatment free of cost, government is providing a screening free of cost, but they wanted to create Jan Bhagidari. So all the corporates, even I don't want ki everybody who is having a big institute, he has to adopt TB patients. Anybody can at least adopt one patient. That cost around 600, 700 per month. So these kind of things, when you talk about old moral values, we need to feel. I really, these days, technology and different kind of mindset, different, people are following not Indian culture, they are going into different westernized culture. And I don't think westernized culture is also emotionless. We are supposed to think as a human first. What we are doing, we are creating robot, and we are putting lots of even, emotional things to robot also, that he has to understand. So I really believe as a leader, everybody in their institute has to do some ethical practices, create some awareness, keep some emotional bonding with the people of that institute, as well as I am running a hospital. USP of my hospital, Yashoda Hospital, is that we have a bonding with our patients. So that is why there is no marketing, but my patient is sending more patients to me, and we are always, my beds are always full. Hardly anybody find that hospital is having beds. But we are not doing any other thing, just to, a patient is feeling that he is at home, away from home, but he is feeling at home, that someone is there to listen to them. I think in this era, when everything is online, everything is, computerized, everybody is talking on, these days we are also hardly talking on phone, everybody is just messaging. Message cannot give that kind of feeling when you are talking to somebody. There were lots of letters I found one fine day when I have written to my mom and to my sister. Those kind of things are really required these days. We need to create that atmosphere. So doctors should get that kind of, respect. And doctors are supposed to do something not only just totally professional. They have to, give some love, affection, sometimes charity to the patients who are not having that kind of big pockets. So it's a, win-win position will come when both the parties, everybody, giver and taker, both has to behave like a, old timers, because they were, that time a whole world was going with the relationship. Now everything is just commercialized. I really want, there has to be some emotion with everything. If like today I am sitting here, why I am sitting here, not only that voice of healthcare has called me, because I have some connection with that girl, Pinky Chahar. She is talking to me all the time for some reason, some reason. I met Naveen Nishchal ji. I met him and I realized he is doing good job. So that is why I am here, and I was supposed to go somewhere else. But I said no to them. I said, no, I know them. They are quite very nice people. I have to be here. So there has to be some bonding between everybody. Only then we can, can sing old songs with the full, these days lots of songs are coming in the market. Nobody knows what they were singing 2 months back. And still we can sing those Mukesh songs and Muhammad Rafi songs. Why? There was some meaningful. So I really want everybody who is doing some kind of business, either healthcare or some other business, they are dealing with human beings. They are not dealing with, materials. So we need to create some emotional bonding, something, everything is not business, everything is not only profits. Need to do something beyond that. Only then we can, create that atmosphere. Thank you, Dr. Batra.
So rightly said. So I'll just like to add two things here, particularly regarding the vision of our leadership. We talked about leadership, how they can influence the values and vision of a particular country or an organization. So we actually, as a healthcare service provider, we are not very sure and clear, although it has been said that universal health mission and universal healthcare to every citizen of the country. But while there are multiple stakeholders who have to plan their investments in the country, they are not very sure that how this NHA will perform in next 10 to 50 years time, so that we are not sure that whether the out-of-pocket segment will further shrink or the whether will be ultimately landing up in a position where 100% credit business will come to the corporate hospitals. How will they survive with the kind of payments governments make? So these are very critical questions which are discussed on the boards of various corporates. So that policy and that vision should be very clear to the whole country's service providers. This is one. Secondly, we're talking about values and the mission statements of various hospitals, etc. So we have very recently seen, and we all should understand this, that technology has a particular role in making people honest. That is the hard reality of the present times. It's a vicious circle, whether we blame the doctors or we blame the patient. Ultimately, what is present scenario, there is hardly any faith between patient and the doctor. So that situation is there. So how to correct is, of course, there are a lot of the self-restraints, lot of bodies, lot of IMA, and everything has to be done by these people. But at the same time, we are going or moving in a direction which is actually worse than this. So here comes the role of technology, which probably makes us honest. And the simplest example is CCTV, which probably deters various thieves to not do something wrong because they have a fear of being caught later on. And most of the crimes are actually cracked by that. So that is self-discipline. You see in most of the stores, it is written, you are being washed. So smile, it means something else actually. So similarly, there are a lot of things happening in our space, which probably technology can, what happens if the case goes to consumer court, the first thing labeled is that there is some changes. Let's make the changes in the file so that once the file reaches the judge, it has the right thing at the right place. That is what is being done. So how to prevent? If it's a real-time digital data, nobody can change it. So once that starts happening, probably that will enable more vigilance and more diligence while treating the patient. So having said that, I fully agree with what Upasana said. That is the actually root cause of how meaningful service we provide, how we provide service with empathy, and what's the patient connect with the doctor, what's the personal connect. All those things are actually the hallmark, are those things are the aspirations while we thought of becoming a doctor 50 years back. And as I said, everything has changed. And we need to reinvent the cycle, how to go back to that situation again. Anyway, this is a very long topic. So coming back to, I think, Dr. Max, probably you're now, are we audible to you, Dr. Max? He's not there. Okay, so Okay, Neeraj is
Doc-
okay. So before I ask the question to Neeraj, so I'll come back to Rajiv, and I'd just like to understand you. Where do we stand in terms of medical devices industry or the consumable industries, the drug delivery consumables particularly in global market?
Thank you, Dr. Patra. One area where India has done exceedingly well, I would say, is in the consumables and the drug delivery sphere. In many of the medical devices, India has achieved the top 10 distinction worldwide. Top 10 meaning that India is the preferred supplier and is listed amongst the top 10 internationally for many medical devices. In drug delivery, I would say we would be in the top 3. So what are drug delivery devices? Drug delivery devices can be syringes and needles. They can be IV sets. They can be IV cannulas. They can be infusion therapy products used to deliver a drug. Of course, technology is evolving and will keep on evolving. So in terms of syringes and needles, we've got more than 20 manufacturers in the country. The exports from India are about 400 crore rupees. The imports also are in that same region. In terms of exports, exports are going to Middle East, Africa, South America. My own company, HMD, exports to about 120 countries worldwide. In terms of syringes required for COVID vaccination, India was a key partner in delivery care for most of the developing world. HMD alone provided more than 1.5 billion syringes to UNICEF, to WHO, to PAHO. PAHO is the Pan American Health Organization. And direct countries, governments like Japan, Brazil, Georgia, etc., where shipments were going in by air freight. So a 2-cent or a 3-cent syringe, governments were willing to pay more than 10 cents on air freight to buy that because of desperation and demand. And we were the dependable supplier worldwide for that as a country. Same thing for IV cannulas. In IV cannulas, India is again in the top 2, I would say, worldwide in terms of manufacturing capacities and production. More than 70 million IV cannulas are shipped out every month to more than 150 countries worldwide. In many countries, Indian brands are the brand leaders and market leaders. So increasingly so, I would say, the brand India flag in many countries has been raised by these consumables which have gone over there and which have given the confidence for other people to follow, for other medical devices which can come in later on, whether from disposables, diagnostics, equipments, electronics, and such like stuff. But yes, this is one area where we can say with pride that we are one of the key players worldwide. Thank you.
It's very heartening to know that we'll be having more and more as we work in the future, in Make in India sphere. So we're likely to have more presence globally. And I've been asked to sum up. We're running out of time probably. So there are a lot of young professionals sitting here. So, and probably a few upcoming entrepreneurs. So for their benefit, I'll just like to sum up in 5-6 sentences where we are heading to, right? So that probably can help you entrepreneurs in the coming future where to put your mouth, So in terms of accessibility, I presume the next 10 to 15 years will be the time where we have high tertiary care being provided in district towns of the country and high secondary care being provided in tehsil towns. You can call them tier 3 or tier 4 towns as you may. But that is the accessibility part going forward. If you see the, as far as the quality part is concerned, we'll have to slowly move from perceptible quality to standardized NABH benchmark quality. There's no other way we can survive. So we'll probably have to have more data on doctors at hospitals in terms of their infection rates published in public domain. And that is going to happen in next few years' time. And you heard R.S. Sharma this morning. They are actually trying to have that registry. Probably they'll next move from them will be to rate those doctors and the hospitals in one way or the other, whether it is rated in terms of full NABH, middle NABH, entry level NABH, or in terms of starring or whatever, you know. At sometimes insurance do talk about the starring of various hospitals to fix the pricing. So this is about quality we are heading to. And for pricing, we all, the payer method, we all need to be very clear. We are slowly moving towards the era where the out-of-pocket segment will be very minimal, and particularly in tier 2 and tier 3 towns, we'll hugely see there is a credit business coming to private sector, and we have to prepare our organization. We have to budget in, we have to wait for long payments and probably pitch in that capital for working capital for initial few years unless the hospital reaches a level. So that is the third thing which I wanted to say. And from ethical and values perspective, we need to, everybody has to reinvent. And I've seen the hospital after hospital being blacklisted by various organizations, whether it is Ayushman or any other insurance company or any other panel. And so that culture has to be brought in by the leadership of that particular hospital down to the person who is doing billing. Otherwise, there is a huge impact, significant impact on losing various panels, which today might not happen, but yeah, that's the future. So that is another piece we all need to remember. And fifthly, which we have discussed since morning, the role of technology. Communicate with the patient and their relatives. So that, and we need to invest a lot of money in technology, which actually provides clinical care to the patients. And we have to have some mechanism where doctors start writing prescription technology, which is a biggest deterrent to medical records at present. So these are few takeaways, which is as far as the reinventing the wheel going forward in healthcare. That's all. It was been pleasure interacting with all of you and the panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Batra, for leading this insightful session for us. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to felicitate the dignitaries present with us for this session. I would like Dr. Batra to felicitate the co-panelists.
Before this session will end, I would like to tell everyone that government has made a portal with the help of Service Export Promotion Council for medical value travel. As Dr. Batra was telling, government is putting all the data from all those hospitals who are like, if I am doing joint replacement, government is putting all the data, how many joint replacement you have done, what is the cost of your procedure. That is how we are attracting foreign patients. So kindly, all those who are running hospital, register yourself there. Thank you.
I would like to invite Dr. Naveen Nishchal to felicitate Dr. Batra. I request the dignitaries to please stay for us for a group picture. Thank you very much for being with us for the second session. Let us now move on to the third session for today, Mission Healthcare Startups, Young Entrepreneurs' Approach to Revolutionize Healthcare. We see the healthcare industry transforming from being an offline setup towards the digitally enabled sector. The healthcare system is undergoing a seismic shift in how information is obtained and disseminated. From startups to established organizations, innovations and emerging players in health technology are challenging healthcare organizations to redefine and reimagine the way they deliver value to patients. Technology has created a movement in our healthcare delivery and patient care services. To deliberate this, I would now like to invite with a big round of applause, Dr. 𝗕𝗔𝗓 𝗔𝗔, Director, Health Ward. Mr. 𝗕𝗔𝗓 𝗔𝗲, Founder and CEO, Healthians. Mr. 𝗟𝗔𝗓 𝗂𝗏𝗔𝗗𝗏, Co-founder and CEO, Meadow Health. Mr. 𝗕𝗏𝗓 Adhikari, Chief Country Officer, CTBC Bank Cooperative Limited, India. Mr. Gautam Chopra, Founder and CEO, Beto. He will join us virtually. Now, I request Dr. Pinnack to please take over the session from here.
Thanks, Voice of Health, for having us all here on this panel today. We are all aware that healthcare is going through a big transformation. Technology is now starting to play a very major role in how healthcare is accessed by people and how healthcare is delivered by the providers. But more importantly, what it is enabling is that it is making healthcare more affordable, more accessible, and also in a way improving the quality of the healthcare that is delivered. I think the previous panel elaborated on the fact that even the traditional healthcare systems are now looking to adopt technology in a way which will be an enabler for them to grow their businesses. But in that context, I think we have a very fantastic set of entrepreneurs and funders who are looking to basically help that transition from traditional brick and mortar models to more physical or more digital models evolve. And I will start off, let Deepak and then Saurabh introduce themselves, and then Tanmay can also give a brief introduction.
Sure, thank you. Before I start, I think the last session was a little longer, and that is why the energy in the room has gone down. So can we really encourage all of us sitting here with a big round of applause? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I definitely don't like sessions which is just before lunch and after lunch, because we are in between that. So we'll not bore you, and we'll try to give you some good information. So I'm 𝗕𝗔𝗓 𝗔𝗲, founder and CEO of Healthians. Healthians is the first at-home diagnostic business, which is a direct-to-consumer diagnostic company, founded back in 2014. It's been more than 7 years, 250 cities, some 5,000 people strong now in total, and working on a vision of adding 10 healthy years to every Indian's life by obviously doing more preventive healthcare. That's what we are. I'll pass it on to Saurabh to add.
Thank you, sir, and for waking the room. Hi, I'm Saurabh, co-founder of Meadow Health. We are actually India's first and largest, technology-driven clinic platform. So live across more than 4,000 doctors across the country, having one of the largest data banks in the country when it comes to prescriptions, with more than 2 crore prescriptions in the bank, and also operating about 300 centers dominantly based out of NCR. So the idea is dominantly trying to organize the entire outpatient care space, which is more than 50% of entire healthcare spend, but kind of is the most fragmented space, right? So we're just trying to bring these small clinics together onto one platform and these doctors together onto one platform, so that we can enable, tech-driven scaled interventions when it comes to outpatient care, which is everything outside of the hospital. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, VOH, for having me here. So I come from a very traditional industry, banks, and we are the only Taiwanese bank having branch presence in India, have been in India for last 25 years. And as we can see that cooperation between India and Taiwan are going in great leaps, and that remains the pocket of technology that we will talk about today. And we, as a representative of Taiwanese banking system in India, working with banks in India and with our fellow partners here, will bring that perspective to you. Thank you.
𝗕𝗓𝗓 is here with us online from BITO. 𝗕𝗓𝗓, you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, is everyone able to hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. It's wonderful to be part of this fantastic panel, and I was hearing the thoughts from the earlier panel, and I think it really leads us on in terms of how technology will be able to disrupt the future of healthcare delivery in India. Apologies, I couldn't be there in person, but glad to be part of this panel and have a great round of discussion with the fellow panelists. I am the founder of BITO. We are perhaps India's largest digital care ecosystem to help people manage and control diabetes. We have more than 15 lakh patients on our platform, actively monitoring and managing their condition. What we are doing is building or bridging the gap of accessibility and affordability in terms of allowing individuals even in the remotest corner of our country to more effectively manage and control chronic conditions like diabetes and help make a positive clinical impact in their life as well as improve their quality of life in the long term.
Thanks, 𝗕𝗓𝗓. So my name is Dr. 𝗕𝗔𝗓 𝗔𝗔, and I'm a director with HealthQuad. HealthQuad is one of the largest digital health and health tech focused funds in India today. We back technology-backed companies in India which are trying to solve for the challenges of Indian healthcare, which is accessibility, affordability, and quality of care. So happy to be here with a very, very esteemed panel. I'll start with you, Saurabh. We've been hearing for a long time that technology is going to be the magic bullet that is going to solve for all the challenges. In fact, it is going to come in and suddenly transform the way healthcare will be delivered. But obviously, there are challenges. Where do you see the challenges?
I think the first challenge is in the thought process that technology is some kind of magic wand, right? So it isn't. It is, I think it's the best enabler for any change that we want to bring about. And thinking कि अब हम technology लगा देंगे and it will now magically solve for accessibility, it will magically solve for affordability. It won't. I think while, like I said, technology is becoming a very key enabler, the supply, the core health, especially when it comes to healthcare, I think the delivery has to be more phygital, enabled by technology rather than kind of completely based on technology. Because the information divide when it comes to healthcare between the patient and the institution and the doctor is humongous, right? And if you have to bridge over that information divide, technology can play a very, very critical role. But again, no tool whatsoever, unless used in the most effective manner, can ever deliver you the change that you want, right? So thinking कि हमने एक information engine बना दिया is not going to help. Again, I will give you a very good example that I very often give. That in one of the clinics that we went to, doctor put up a poster which said that regular fees 500 rupees. If you're booking online, 600 rupees. If you've already Googled your symptoms, 2,000 rupees, right? Why? Because that's the problem of having a sea of information, right? You need to be able to navigate it well as well, right? So I think that's the most important bit. Technology will definitely come through and enable a lot of these changes that we want to bring about. But if it's not supported well with the other piece, right? So I will say this product, which is the technology part of it, there is people on how to use that technology and processes, creating the right guardrails on how to kind of go about it. unless the people and the process part is also fully sorted, I think effectiveness of the product will always be minimal. Yeah, sir.
No, that's a important point that Saurabh made, that, for a foreseeable future, we will have to have a physical kind of model where, there is the human touch associated with technology being the enabler for us to deliver better care. But going to the next question, Deepak, maybe, again, we talked about creating accessibility for healthcare. And the more important issue that we saw was that, many of the technology-backed companies were limited to the metros or the tier 1 cities. How do you see, your company actually taking the care down to the tier 2, tier 3 cities of India, at the same time having a technological backbone to the whole process?
Thanks. So yeah, I think if you really look at, there are two things that a startup has to look at. Number one, when VC money comes in, specifically, there is first pressure of building the business, and business is all about paying customers. And the paying customers is what you get in metros first, right? So there is no one here to fund a business if he says, I want to do a social impact purely. And that is where the startup focus first to build the business, and the business, when it moves to a level, whatever you have built as an infrastructure, you move on slowly. And that is why you see the healthcare startups has been here for the last 6-7 years. And that is why the impact is more on metros. But good is that more and more entrepreneurs that I'm meeting, there are a lot of people who are starting from tier 2, tier 3, and then want to come to metros also. I don't know how the business model will evolve for them, but definitely there is a site out there. Now for us specifically, we definitely started from a larger metro cities, but just in the third year of our operations, we made a point that 1 metro and 5 non-metros or a tier 2 or tier 3 is how we are going to launch, right? Today in about 250 cities, it's like 6-7 metros and rest is all tier 2 and then tier 3 and moving next level there. Obviously, the challenges were different for each and every city. The requirements were different. At the same time, I think when it comes to diagnostics, it is also about having your operations and just not logistics, but you need to sort the logistics also. You have to have an operations locally. You have to solve for getting the test done locally. So there are a lot of big challenges out there, and every geography is different. The temperature is different. The humidity levels are different. People are different. Expectations of tests are different. So it's a big challenge to solve, and I think it'll take some time, but definitely the services have been going there. So for example, last year we launched Health on Wheels, which probably is a lab model which goes everywhere, right? So anywhere we have been getting calls from the smallest of the town or villages, and we are sending and doing camps out there to bring in the samples back. The only thing that we are solving there is we are not able to test there everything, but we are able to bring the samples or store the sample, centrifuge the sample, keep it there and bring it for a long distance, right? And we have done it from Himachal or some other places also. So I think there are a lot of such services being added up, which will go to tier 2, tier 3, and even to the rural areas, depending upon. And I always see the kind of affordability or the prices that we have. People are happy paying that price, right? It is lower of a CGHS price as well. So there is no price differentiation or a price impact that you are seeing there. But the only challenge these people have is the reach and accessibility. So if you are able to reach, pick up the sample, bring it back, people are happy making that payments.
No, that's I totally understand that businesses need to build out their strategy initially in the tier 1 and the metro cities and then go gradually down. But there is a huge market actually that is untapped in these locations, and certainly can be leveraged by companies which have reached a certain level of maturity. Gautam, I would want to ask you, how do you see healthcare delivery getting affected, or rather getting improvised by the use of technology? And where do you see something like 𝗕𝗏 actually making the entire difference?
Right. Great question, Dr. Pinnock. So in my view, I think when we look at first the factors that will lead to a massive adoption of tech in healthcare delivery. And these are very critical variables or factors that are present. I would not say uniquely in India, but definitely India is a market where these have been in existence for quite a while. But if I were to just name these three for us, obviously the first one is accessibility of care. With the growing population, far few doctors, the physical infrastructure will never be able to keep pace with the rising demands. And in the panel before also, we were hearing how typically doctors are concentrated in top cities. And it's a very inequitable distribution of care at an affordable price, which can be given to only a fraction of the population. So that's one where technology will have to eventually play a massive role. The second is, the need to increase focus on chronic disease prevention and management, because these are on a rampant rise right now. And if not today, they will create a massive burden for us as an economy in the future, as well as a society in the future. And the third we feel is, we have to respond to the changing demographic trends. We must acknowledge the fact that people will begin living longer. There will be higher prevalence of conditions. New variables such as COVID will perhaps become a little more frequent. So, over a period of time, there will be two transformative changes. A, there will be long-term care which will be needed. And as was also pointed out, I think in the previous panel, a large part of the shift will take place to home care rather than, burdening the secondary or the tertiary care, even the primary care infrastructure we have. So when we look at, advancement of technology, largely I feel it is going to, one is it will become more patient centric, which means, now, as Deepak was saying, as well as Saurabh, it will become a lot more convenient, affordable, as well as what Beto is doing, making, care more personalized for individuals. So it's going to become technology will help aid in making care a lot more patient centric. Second, it will become naturally more virtual. Hospitals will mostly be servicing, acute care, rest. Most of it will become digital first, virtual care models. And lastly, there is a need, and it is bound to happen. The government is also taking the right steps. It's going to become healthcare delivery will become a lot more transparent, as well as, in my view, interoperable, which means there's going to be a greater price transparency, data interoperability, as well as data access. So we're already seeing technology adoption taking place in India, but I think the factors and the variables are rightly in place. And according to us, there are top three changes that will happen in the near future. We're already seeing a much more greater adoption of wearable devices with seamless data flows. And there will be real-time interventions, which will become much more common as these wearable devices become a lot more affordable. Penetration takes place beyond just the metros and tier 1 cities into smaller towns. More adoption through the healthcare providers, through partners like insurers and payers will take place. So this will also enrich, prognosis and proactive disease management. Second, I think the entire diagnostic space, where most of the testing will perhaps move to home. We're already seeing those trends, as well as a lot more point of care will take place. And finally, the role of data analytics, as far as technology is concerned, will play a massive role, because right now we're in the phase where we're just about setting the data infrastructure in motion, and the government is aiding a lot of that. And once that is in place, perhaps in the next few years, we'll see a completely new set of disruptions, which will really elevate, how healthcare delivery is taking place in India.
Thanks, Gaur. My next question is to Tanmay. Basically, when we started investing in 2016, India was called the land of chronic pilotitis. There were lots of pilots, but nobody had scaled. I think the pandemic provided the wind behind the sails for companies, especially in the digital health space, to scale and to become much larger. How do you see, investments in the sector actually help transform that sector?
Yeah, I think COVID has been an eye-opener that way. People moving into digital channels and harnessing the power of digital channels has really been a value-defining position. But when we see startups are at a different stages. So many of them have scaled today. Some of them are just there starting. the identification of problem statement is one of the most critical things. And who is the end customer? Is my end customer the patient, or is my end customer the hospital, or is my end customer the pharmacy, or whom am I trying to disrupt? So these are the things which one looks at when we need to look at how a startup will scale up and what we do, and from pilot to the this stage. So that's the very clear thing. A proper problem statement followed by a vision statement followed by deliverables has to be very clearly mapped out. That's point number one. And I think in all these things, one that gets missed out is the regulatory and the compliance related aspects and the reputation risk that comes with it. So when we do a startup, in fact, many of my friends and all are into startups, some have scaled up. So we often forget that there is something called data privacy. There is something called, so we just start medical devices and all, we start gathering data and something leaks out, and that probably leads a great reputation risk. So that part has to be kept in mind when this pilotation to the and I think most of my colleagues on this panel will also agree how that is most important and how much concentration or efforts that each of these organizations are paying to that. Then I think the third is the role of incubators. I mean, when we look at non-healthcare startups, many of the technical institutions like IITs and all, they have got incubators in place. I don't see that happening in such a large scale because medical colleges and medical institutes like AIIMS and all, I don't see them doing probably too much on this incubator space, which will have an ecosystem in place and put these things on. So these are the things. And I mean, from an investor's perspective, most of the time, the investors would like to look at, sometimes will focus too much on the short-term gain. I think healthcare is an area where one has to look at longer term things, assess based on that, and it cannot be, so healthcare funding and healthcare is, financing is entirely a different game than financing a manufacturing sector where we can see a visibility in 4 or 5 years. It is not possible in healthcare because it's too diverse and too complex a field. So that's, I think, the stage from pilotization to the final going into the big league is what I think is that. Thanks.
Totally agree. Just to add to that, you know, there was an interesting piece of information that I gathered just about a couple of days back that IISc will be coming out with its own medical college in campus, but it will have a dual program it'll have an MBBS degree as well as a medical technology degree. So you'll get a PhD plus a MBBS degree because they will be focusing on medical innovation in their research labs.
Very true, Dr. Pinak. And I think a lot of these institutions which are today technology focused like IITs and all, they're also starting MBBS courses and they're also looking at this incubator program in a big way. So that's probably will help a lot to the ecosystem of healthcare funding. Thanks.
So Saurabh, coming back to you, how do you see, what are the key factors that will lead to more digital adoption in India, especially, you know, as you go down the population pyramid?
I think adoption has been one of the biggest problems, right? So, and I've had the luxury of seeing or bringing in disruptive technology changes across industries, whether it was food or it was even printing at some point, and now with health. One of the things I realized was that somehow inertia and this entire idea of trying something new comes very difficult, comes with a lot of difficulty, especially around doctors and healthcare overall. And some bits of it is, I think, also justified because we're dealing with lives, we're dealing with people's health. So some bit of apprehension thereby, I think, is justified. But still, I think the amount of adoption, the lag in the amount of adoption is still kind of glaring, right? And I think that adoption needs to be different from different segments, right? Unfortunately, whenever we talk about technology in health, we stop at teleconsultations. I think teleconsultation is just a portal, which is the beginning of how you get into how technology can disrupt healthcare and not the be all and end all of it. So while, of course, over the last couple of years, we've seen a sea change in terms of having, I would say openness to try newer things. But I think, like I said, number one, when it comes to healthcare delivery, I think we've crossed the major hump of adoption. And I don't see any doctor today who's not open to both online and physical consultations. Of course, everybody prefers physical consultation for multitude of reasons, right? So and I think technology needs to kind of cross those leaps and bounds to enable that. But when it comes to diagnostics, whether it's at-home diagnostics or point of care diagnostics, in fact, in the last panel we were talking about devices that can actually at the point of care enable 150 to 200 tests, right? So I think technological innovations like that, bringing in AI ML for especially things like teleradiology, right, automatic reporting, can increase both accuracy and speed of diagnosis, which I think is the ultimate holy grail when it comes to healthcare, right? So I think adoption is coming along. Of course, more pilots, despite kind of, I know you're talking about pilotitis, right? So, but I think still more experiments, more openness, and I think also a lot of, regulatory support, right? So, somebody was mentioning that with ABDM, with government's push to digitize more and more records, I think we will have more information freely available. But we still don't have a plan of what to do with that information or even how to freely access that information, right? So I think while the first step, we are moving in the right direction in terms of collecting a lot of data, I think making available that data, of course, in an anonymized fashion for specific research projects would kind of definitely aid more and more advancement, would aid more and more experimentation. I think those are the still critical aspects that need to be addressed. Lastly, I would say also distribution, right? I don't think today, if I'm being honest, there is dearth of innovative solutions, especially in a country like India, which is very entrepreneurial by nature, right? The problem is, how do you get these to the last person who can, a doctor or a patient who can actually use them in their regular practice and kind of send feedback back, right? So that level of distribution, I think, is still another thing that we need to crack. And as Meadow, we are trying to build that so that all technological changes, technological advancements are kind of seeped through the entire healthcare delivery system through one portal, right? So those are the things I think we still need to work on from adoption perspective.
Thanks, Saurabh. Deepak, one of the promises of technology is to make healthcare more affordable and more equitable. How do you see as Healthians actually being able to do that, and technology being the core of making it more affordable?
Sure. I think, yeah, so it's a big debate on how technology solves the affordability problem, but yes, it does in many ways. So I'll give you pathology examples largely, and then we'll talk about radiology as well. So one is obviously solving a bigger problem of the entire logistics, right? So which is roughly around 16% of the cost for any diagnostics as a business. We have been able to continuously reduce that cost up by using technology in terms of optimizing, bringing the samples faster, in terms of optimizing the manpower and making it. So just for an example, a peer comparison to us, probably a field force of 2000 is handled by 250 people sitting in the office because there is no technology. We handle 2,500 people on the field by 5 people using technology. Right. So because the cost is less, that is why the price is also less. Right. A lot of people just think that it is basically it's a price cut, which probably does not give us anything, but we are just cutting the price. But today, if you really compare it, it is 40-50% affordable, and still our cost structures are much better than any larger player. It is actually technology that is playing. For example, then we go to the back end of it, which is basically people who are reviewing the reports, right, till today. So there we have used a lot of AI, there we have used a lot of algorithms, there we have used a lot of use cases where today, if you really look at as a common pathologist seeing at 400, 500 reports a day, which is practically not possible, right? Technology has made him to see only 50 of them with very careful eyes, and the rest of it automatically tells him that these are like in the right ranges, right? While he has to sign all the reports personally, but he's actually focusing more time on those 50. So instead of needing 10 pathologists, which is already a scarcity, or a radiologist that way in India, we focus on giving a time optimization for these guys, another price reduction technique. At the back end also, again, most of these, when we talk about specifically how do you acquire consumers, largely diagnostic is dependent upon franchisees, B2B partners, front-end channels, which all adds to the cost because this middle layer probably takes away 40-50% of the margin. That has been completely eliminated, again, thanks to technology, because a consumer can now download an app, make a booking directly, has been able to register himself directly and eliminates that middleman, which takes care of 30-40% of the cost, and then that price advantage also has been passed by him. Going forward, again, as we know, more and more, so there is a lot of regulatory challenges which are there right now, which will get solved. Today, there is an option to do telehealth, but there is no option to do telepathology, right? So the moment we get to a telepathology, again, the cost will go down because today the requirement of a regulatory is pathologist has to sign the report in a physical presence in a lab. Versus a good pathologist sitting in Gurgaon probably cannot sign a report for a Lucknow lab, right? So again, there is a further cost reductions. This will happen if a regulatory moves, and they are thinking about it because today it is happening at many places, and it is happening in radiology also. And a lot of stuff that AI is being doing can be done. And finally, a pathologist has to look at set of things which a human eye needs to look at. So these are further advancements which are coming in, which will further reduce the price down. Again, I think it is also about a lot with scalability. Like we just spoke, healthcare takes a lot of time to build. It's not overnight. It's not unlike e-commerce. Throw money and you have so many people buying on a billion day sale, right? So it takes time because there is an awareness and not everybody is needing it. It's some other day category, right? I might not need your services today. I might need it in 1 year, 2 year, 3 year down the line, but you are in my consideration set. For that, it will be always a slow growth kind of environment. And because of that, the pricing plays a very, very important part for a consumer to choose over a brand. And a lot of people that we have seen has taken 20 years, 30 years to build a brand. But the affordability definitely adds up for a consumer to choose a particular service. And then it's a service which basically defines if he comes back or not. So I think, yes, so from technology point of view, the cost optimization for us has been somewhat upwards of 30-40% as compared to any such competitor which is in a traditional play. And I think it will further reduce the cost in times to come.
No, that's great. And I'm sure that technology in any other field other than pathology would also be playing a similar role in cost reduction and making healthcare more affordable.
I also want to talk about equitable care, right? And I think that's something that very often gets missed out, right? So while affordability is about price, I think equitable care goes beyond, right? So, and in my head, I think equitable care dominantly comes from insurance or some kind of insurance where you don't have to worry about costs at all, right? And somewhere both, affordability and equitability go hand in hand. At our scale, I think it's unfortunate where India is right now, that our basic healthcare expenses are not covered either by government or any insurance. While with Ayushman Bharat, etc., at least hospitalization cover has now come to about 45-50%. That in outpatient care is still less than 1%. And this is less than 1% when we know 99% of all health interactions do not need hospitalization. I think we're somewhere creating perverse incentives for people to delay care till the point it needs hospitalization, right? So otherwise, there is no incentive for you to go and get an MRI done unless you're actually at a point where you can't go without it anymore. right? And I'm sure in your heads, each one of you will have at least one such relative, one such situation where you would have pushed out those tests because मुझे नहीं पता डॉक्टर ने लिखा कि नहीं लिखा या फिर ऐसा तो नहीं है डॉक्टर पैसे बनाने के लिए लिख रहा है. We have to grow beyond these questions, and once we do, that is when I believe we would have really achieved equitable care. And for that, being present in outpatient care, ensuring that you don't have to think twice before any medical intervention, whether in hospital or outside, is the most important step that we still need to figure out. Yeah.
Yeah. Just in 10 seconds to add to that, I think we talk about equitable care, but if you really look at worldwide models specifically, it's not sustainable, right? And NHS is one of those examples, or US is one of those examples. So I think while we talk about equitable care, where obviously we talk about topping up government facilities or private facilities, which is affordable, we also have to talk a lot about preventive because that's the way forward. Because most of the most of the companies or most of the countries who have faced this now is talking about preventive because that's the only way. And where the country like India, where 50% of the population is less than 30, right? So, or less than 35. There we can really talk about that because there the population is already aged. So preventive is not possible. But here the preventive is possible.
And you're right, in certain way, 18% of GDP is unsustainable for a country even like the US.
Yeah, thanks, Deepak. I would agree to that. In fact, what is happening is that we are seeing a lot of medical devices which helps diagnostic, which helps preventive medicine. That is very important, which we see, and we see a lot of things. And good that we are also seeing a lot of startups in the geriatric care. Which obviously insurance companies has a propensity to promote because then people don't end up in a hospital and they can be taken in a home care setting. Thanks.
Those were very, very good points. Just going to Gautam, and I know Gautam has a time limit, but just to get his thoughts on how, young companies like Beto could partner with the more established players, the larger players, whether it's from the pharma ecosystem or from the healthcare delivery ecosystem, to actually make care more affordable and accessible to the larger population or improve the standardization of care. What are your thoughts, Gautam?
Thanks, Pinak. So I think when you look at the entire ecosystem, and this goes back to I think the debate on affordability and equitable care and preventive care, I think there are established ecosystem players already. So whether this is pharma, players like insurance, etc. They are, I think, just now getting warmed up to the idea of working in a win-win scenario with partners such as Beto and potentially other companies in various areas for improved management of their existing patient population or better engagement for their stakeholders such as doctors for pharma. And I think it's eventually going to be, when you look at any of the other geographies which are slightly more developed in terms of the healthcare infrastructure, it's been a symbiotic relationship that digital technology companies in healthcare have had with various other, I would say, perhaps other, lack of a better word, legacy ecosystem players, whether these be the pharma companies, the payers, or the hospital systems. I think for a while there has been a bit of a mistrust in terms of, and one of the panelists pointed out, aspects of data security, data privacy. A lot of doctors and healthcare practitioners feeling that there could be a switch in terms of patients in case they were handed over to a digital tool or a technology. But I think those fear factors are getting alleviated now. And because everyone is realizing that if we want to service, for instance, in our case, the 80 million people who are diagnosed with diabetes and perhaps twice that number who are undiagnosed even today, digital technologies and digital tools are the only way to be able to reach them. And that will not only mean a better impact in the health and improvement in quality of life of those individuals, but also expand, like you said, markets beyond what people have in their grasp today. So going beyond metros and tier 1 cities, tier 2, tier 3. And we've already seen, great examples of that with 𝗕𝗏. We're working with one of the largest diabetes drug manufacturers in the world now, and the results. And we've started this relationship about 6 months ago, and we see fantastic results. It has helped not only for us to be able to distribute our product and proposition in a much more subsidized or affordable manner into the hands of people with diabetes across the length and breadth of the country, but also helped the pharma company in this case to be able to go beyond perhaps the markets that they had reach or access to. And in the interim also has helped a better engagement possibility of their stakeholders, which are the healthcare practitioners, to improve their management and effectiveness of their therapies towards the patients. So that's a use case in pharma, and I think with those examples now we're able to build on the confidence of the rest of the ecosystem as far as pharma is concerned. On the insurance side as well, I think there have been fantastic initiatives, and it's most of us on this panel have perhaps been slogging it off over the last few years, trying to convince payers and insurance companies to start working on helping people who are increasing their loss ratios or claim ratios to improve their management, so that improve their health management, so that over a long term their health will be better controlled and they will see lesser claims going forward. I think that sentiment has started to hit now, so it's a great time. More importantly, also the regulators, IRDA in this case, have been fairly flexible in terms of coming up now with sandboxes, with also now allowing insurance companies to propagate other related products like 𝗕𝗏, for instance, to help in the improvement of health of the existing population of insurance companies, because they've right now the focus of health insurance has largely been on acquiring population, and there are enough healthy people to insure today. But if they're not looked after over a decade, these people are actually going to become unhealthy and potentially have chronic conditions like diabetes and hypertension and cholesterol. So they need to be managed right away, so that these cost and claim burdens don't exponentially increase going forward. And the only way to be able to do that is through technology. So I feel it's a win-win for startups. It's an affordable distribution strategy. As some of the panelists were saying, one of the critical bottlenecks for us is how do we land ourselves into millions of households who really need access and need our care, and facilitate that. So some of these ecosystem players will be able to help us do that in a very affordable manner. So the cost of acquisition is going to come down significantly. Also, it's going to help because there is that engagement layer in most of these channels. It will help increase, for instance, for 𝗕𝗏, the lifetime value, because we are in the business of helping people manage their condition over 20, 30 years of their life. And on the other side, for the partner, it also means opening up newer opportunities, helping in reduction of costs, better engagement in terms of how they interact with other stakeholders, direct connect potentially with customers, better access to data and analytics to improve ROI on their marketing efforts. So it's a fantastic synergy. We've seen this play out in other geographies, and I feel this is the right time to be in India. And of course, I'm an eternal optimist. I believe that this is a fantastic time for health tech startups to be in the space. A lot of groundwork and hard work has been done by fellow panelists, with startups from before. Where also now not only the ecosystem players, but the government is demonstrating a very solid intent and backing the standardization of healthcare and interoperability of healthcare through the Ayushman Bharat digital mission, the Aadhaar card, etc. So we couldn't have asked for a better time.
No, totally agree with you on that, Gautam. Thanks for that. Tanmay, moving to you, just wanted to understand how do you see the healthcare ecosystem, especially health tech ecosystem, playing out in terms of investment potential in India, given all that is happening, and what would be your kind of key things that you would look at while you make an assessment for investment?
Yeah, Dr. Pinnack, that question is a bomb with this esteemed panelists here. But yes, I think when from an investment perspective, what we look at probably is the first thing is the leadership. I mean, startups have various stages of funding. It starts with angel funding, and then so on progresses to series funding, and then finally to big rounds. So obviously, when I'm not talking about angel funding, because that's more or less from family, friends, and so on and so forth. But when it goes to next levels of funding, obviously the track record that the startup has shown with respect to the deliverables that we're supposed to make, that's becomes very key key consideration. The second thing is the leadership capability and the leadership aspects. And sometimes, well, there are more than one founder. And if that is the case, how the co-founders work together with each other, what each co-founder brings in the table as this area of expertise is something one is very keen to examine from a investor's perspective. It shouldn't happen that we have a very solid business model, but the founders are not aligned or co-founders are not aligned. So that's probably one of the key things that we need to look at. Third is obviously cash flow. That's traditional, and that's probably the essence of business. Whether how much cash we are earning and how much cash we are spending. So, and who is funding this cash is something very important. And how long can these investors start funding the cash till the time the customer starts funding the cash. So that time frame is a very critical thing in determining that, this particular aspect of it, how sustainability the business model and how it is scaling up. So I think these are the three things. And also, I think each investor at the back of their mind will have an exit time. Okay, because investors also will borrow from somebody else or will also get capital from somewhere else. And that exit time frame is critical to note, and the investment return should match to that exit time. And I think as I have mentioned before in the healthcare space, that exit time has to be a pretty long time and has to take a long view of the fact rather than very short-term view of the fact. That's, I think, from a broadly, I think there are many factors, but these are the key factors. Thanks.
Totally agree. I think I resonate with you on many of the factors that you talked about. One of the other key considerations that we look at when we are evaluating is what if, first and foremost, if this model is rapidly scalable, and if so, what could be the potential challenges for that scalability is something which we generally want to really, understand in depth. And then the last, of course, if you're solving for an issue which is present in India, that means it is obviously easily replicable to low and middle income countries globally. And how could we just take that solution across the globe is something which we certainly want to understand better. I'm going to be coming to my last question, and I'm opening up top to the entire panel. How do you think startups like the ones you've been working with could make India a medical value travel destination in the years to come?
Sure. I think, way back 2006, I said that India would become a medical value travel destination, but nobody was agreeing to this. Today, we see a post-COVID era or pre-COVID, we see a lot of people traveling. The industry has already become bigger. I think when I first went in, and I'm telling you a real life example, in 2006, I was giving a presentation to a US citizen who was from a healthcare and was telling him that people can travel to India for getting their treatment done. He opened his laptop and showed me a Safdarjung hospital picture. He said, and obviously somehow I don't like, but most of the people who put in pictures for India abroad always show a cow on a road. And that's the common scenario. And I opened my laptop and I showed him 6 hospitals which look much beautifully than what US had. So what they have there as a sentiment is to change, and it is changing because today they know that the facilities that we have is at par with any international standards. Doctors they have confidence in because most of their hospitals also have Indian doctors, which are being like head of the hospitals now. And I have traveled from US to Dubai to all those, Mexico to Costa Rica, wherever is the medical tourism destination, and seen that India is gaining that respect, and it has taken time. And I think the government is doing a great job there as well. With obviously, I've recently heard there's a Heal in India coming in, which probably promotes India as a destination for healing. And there is another thing coming in, which is Heal by India also, wherein Indian doctors and Indian medical fraternity will go abroad and help these hospitals to heal. So both of this is basically bringing in a lot of change. And I think with all these startups coming in where because each business which combines together basically adds up to the entire promotion, adds up to the entire acquisition, adds up to, so he would have 10 PRs, I would have 20 PRs, another would have 30 PRs and stuff like that. All that going abroad is making people know that there is a quality healthcare being coming in. There's a transparency coming in. There is accountability coming in. And it is a regulatory also coming in, right? So with all that, the confidence of people in India is being already increasing. Just to give you a latest figure, roughly around 30 to 40% of histopath samples from Bangladesh still travel to India, right? It is happening, and it is happening in big numbers. Just that there is a regulatory challenge in some countries which needs to sort out. And obviously the ties with government will add up, and you will see a huge flow coming in, not by patients, but also samples traveling here, patients traveling here, doctors traveling here, or we are also going there and probably solving that problem for the world. So we are becoming that destination for sure.
Dr. Pinnack,
I completely agree with, sorry,
Go on, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to perhaps point out from my perspective, I think this entire definition of medical value travel is going to get enhanced, and definitely in the favor of India's, because it's not just people coming here and going, getting hospitalized and getting fantastic treatment at the Medanta or anywhere else. It's also, the virtualization of care and the quality of digital platforms that India is producing, like what we've done at 𝗕𝗏𝗏. Have huge relevance, and I would say not only for emerging markets where there is a similar problem of potential problem of access and affordability, but also developed healthcare markets where there are rising costs of healthcare, like the US. There is going to be, of course, a lot of I would say outsourcing, like what had happened perhaps a few decades back, of also healthcare in India. For instance, in our space in the US, there is an active discussion of also outsourcing the services of certified diabetes educators, because it's becoming exceptionally expensive for the NHS, for the US to be able to do it in their country. And I think people are beginning to realize and recognize that the service protocols, the standardization of good quality healthcare that India is getting ready to produce will make it a very attractive destination also to be to help outsource certain services which don't require on-site intervention. And technologies that we are able to produce in terms of digital tools, AI, connected devices like what we have at 𝗕𝗏𝗏 has huge relevance also beyond just in India, but delivering virtual care across the world. And that is really going to mean that we can start exporting healthcare, not in terms of just our ability to have people come in and get operated, but also potentially post-ops care, which can actually happen sitting here in India at a much more affordable price, and help and serve both the emerging markets as well as the developed markets. And in June, I was at the Viva Tech in France, and the Indian ambassador was negotiating UPI, for instance, on the financial services side, and France actually bought UPI from India. And so UPI, for instance, was not only relevant for emerging markets, but also developed markets have begun to adopt it. And I think the similar trend we will start seeing in India as technologies come out of it, because we are Gandhian innovation at heart, and I think it has huge relevance for everyone.
Thanks.
No, completely back that. In fact, I was going to double down on what Deepak was saying. I don't think the problem today is affordability, right? So what we need to fight is more the perception of quality, right? Which isn't very clear. Pick any stream, and the most commonly used, medical, what you call tourism, is around dental and cosmetic, because those services abroad, especially from insurance perspective, are not fully covered. In both of these, India versus US prices are almost 1:10. India versus Middle East prices are 1:5. So I don't think from a value destination perspective, the problem that we're facing right now is that of pricing at all. We're already one of the cheapest medical destinations across the world. We need to move from the word cheapest to the most, value destination. I think that's, for me, the delta between the cheap and the value is in terms of it's actually good quality care that we are providing still at, rock bottom prices. And I think that's the biggest bit that we need to fight and we need to work on. And I think a lot of the good work that each one of us is doing, of course, virtualization helps because it can give a taste of what that care looks like without even coming here, right? Which doctors, which facilities, all of these are definitely, I would say, stepping stones, which are moving us in the right direction. And I think India already, in fact, I was discussing last week with someone, people have now started creating packages in Goa, where you have a month for your dental treatments, but you can kind of, package it with a vacation so that you're killing two birds with one stone, my bad, right? But yeah, so I think that entire delta is more around fighting the perception of quality more than kind of even working further on prices. In fact, if you ask me, we can jack up the prices by a bit. Yeah.
I think it's, as Saurabh put it at the end, I think quality has always been there. The perception of quality needs to be improved. I think that also will happen over a period of time. But I would sincerely like to thank all my panelists for sharing their thoughts on how digital innovations in healthcare can help drive affordability, accessibility, equitability of care, and also make India a great destination for medical travel. But and then of course, I want to thank VOH for having us all on the panel and making this a very great interaction. But I would like to, just before we end this session, like to take a vote from the audience on who think that digital health or health technology is going to be the driver of healthcare in future. How many of you think that that is going to be the case? Yeah, that's very reassuring. But thanks Gautam for joining us virtually, but and thanks all of you for joining us here.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Pinnack, for leading this session for us. Can we again have big cheers from the audience for this interactive or wonderful session? Now I would like to take this opportunity to felicitate all the dignitaries present with us for this session. I would like Dr. Pinnack to felicitate the co-panelists. I would like to invite Dr. Naveen Nishchal to felicitate Dr. Pinnack. I request the dignitaries to please stay with us for a group picture. Thank you all for being with us for the third session. Moving on to the next part of this conclave, in this session, we will have 4 short presentations by our guests from Taiwan. I would like to request everyone's attention on the screen for the presentation. We'll have 5 minutes each for the 4 presentations. I think there is some connectivity issue from the time. So for our first presentation, I would like to invite Ms. Jenny Hu, Vice President, Global Marketing, LightMed Incorporated, Taiwan. Please put your hands together for Ms. Jenny's presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello. Hi, Ms. Jenny.
Yes,
Can we have the presentation, please?
sure. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's our
We are not able to see you, Ms. Jenny.
let me see. Is that okay now?
No, we can only hear your voice.
The left upper corner, it's me.
Yes, yes. Now we are able to see you.
Okay, thank you. Again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's our great pleasure to present our company and the most advanced ESWL device to you this afternoon. LightMed was established in 1991 under the goal to be the professional medical device developer and manufacturers in Taiwan. By now, we have built up a very solid R&D team and also cooperate with the different universities, not only in Taiwan, but in US. We own more than 20 patents in Taiwan, China, and USA. Mainly, we have two series of products. One is the ESWT. The second is the ESWL. Now, let me introduce the simple one, ESWT, with the full name extracorporeal shockwave therapy. It's mainly used in urology and orthopedics. Our special feature is we have optional 3 parts, which will be able to treat different injuries. Secondary series is ESWL, full name extracorporeal shockwave lithotripsy. And the main application is for the treatment, not only for kidney stone, but urinary stone and the bladder stones. This device owns the different features, but I will mention the main 3 ones. First is a fully integrated interface. With this is become the most user-friendly ESWL in the world. Secondary, we have the auto dual localization system. The auto X-ray and ultrasound, 2 in 1. In this one, we reduced a lot of the X-ray radiations, not only for the patients, but the medical personnel. Third, it's a real-time ultrasound tracking and locking system. With these 2 systems, our hitting rate is up to 100%, and it provides the most precise and safety treatments compared with the other ESWL. Now let me show you how it works. The left side is the traditional ESWL. As you can see, the stone hitting rate is like 45% only. In other words, the rest, the 55%, shockwave is hitting the surrounding tissues, not the stone itself. But while we check our ESWL, we have a tracking and locking system to help this treatment with the stone hitting rate up to 90% and the stone hitting rate to 100%. Can you see the difference between these two images? I don't see it works now. But anyhow, I gave you a very simple comparison chart for our and others 𝗚𝗎𝗹. As I said, our 𝗚𝗎𝗹 device with the dual localization system, with the tracking and locking system, the software is integrated. The hitting rate is up to 98 to 100%. The stone-free rate is 100%. No anesthesia is needed. No side effect. No complications. While others are 𝗚𝗎𝗹 with those defectives. Now let me share you our achievements in Taiwan. Our 𝗚𝗎𝗹 device received all major awards, including Taiwan Excellence and Taiwan Excellent Gold Award. Right now, we enjoy the #2 in Taiwan market. And our device was widely installed at the top medical centers with the perfect medical record. No even one medical dispute. Now, please allow me to show you these videos.
Thank you, Ms. Jenny.
Yes.
I have one question for you. How do you think LightMed can take the relationship between India and Taiwan forward?
So I close the YouTube video now. Sorry. Your question, please.
I think the video will not be supported here. Miss Jenny, are you able to hear me? Thank you so much, Ms. Jenny, for the presentation. Now, for the second presentation, we have Mr. West Yang, Special Assistant to Chairman, Quang Thai Metal Industrial Corporation Limited, Taiwan.
Thank you for the host. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. West, we can hear you.
Okay, can you see the slide?
Yes, we are able to see the presentation.
Thank you for everyone. So I will introduce our solution. I'm from the quantum metal industry, and I'm West Yang as the special assistant to chairman. So today I will introduce our medical device. The name is 𝗚𝗎𝗪 hyperbaric oxygen chambers. We established from 1978, and we specialize in welding consumable and wire drawing. But 7 years ago, our chairman also invest a lot of money and human resource to the medical device division. So now we have 3 divisions. One is welding consumable. Second is mechanical wires. Third is a medical device. So from 2017, we set up KT Medical, established for the medical grade wires and guide wires manufacturing and sales across the globe. And till 2020, KT Medical is is a spin-off. Also have our subsidiary of a Guangtai Metal Group. And now we also set up a new division for our oxygen chamber manufacture, sales, and marketing for the world. Okay, so this is now our global presence. So we also have a office in Pune, India. So this is our global view, and our brand, our hyperbaric oxygen therapy for wellness. This is have a long-term benefits of MHBOT, means mild hyperbaric oxygen therapy for your health, are complex and systemic. So oxygen is the primary fuel that sustains our body. So MHBOT, mild hyperbaric therapy sessions supply the body with the essential oxygen level, which leads to the better physical health, fitness, and well-being, also mental clarity. So, oxygen chamber optimize your oxygen levels. So this oxygen is a natural anti-inflammatory with antiviral and antibiotics properties. So also oxygen will facilitate and under high pressure can the growth of a new blood vessel and the release of endogenous stem cells and a boost for the immune system and also help with pain relief. Many advantage points when you use the oxygen chamber under the more oxygen concentration and more pressures together. Okay, so this is our chamber advantage. First, we use the smart interface. So non-mechanical. We use a humanized touch interface. The treatment process is fully automatic. So this is very easy and accessible to everyone to operate our chambers by our smart interface. And the second, we have our chamber is safe and robust because we use the particular aluminum alloy structure and combine professional welding technology, lightweight but strong design. So it is equipped with a transparent observation windows and a two-way communication system from inside to outside. So these also combine Guangtai the welding technology to use together to manufacture our oxygen chamber. And third point, because our chamber is only for monoplace for one person to use, so the privacy is good because only one person in chambers, and also comfortable because our chamber is sitting hyperbaric oxygen chamber, not laying down, so very easy to into the chambers by patients, by maybe surgical something leg problem or older elderly people to easy and comfortable to use. Okay, and also one button. We also have a one button ear pressure relief adjustment, and we also have a TV inside outside the chamber, so you also can see the TV when in oxygen chambers to use. And okay, the fourth point we cooperate with the Japanese company for the chambers. So our partner HANMEC have more than 30 years of experience in manufacturing and R&D. So we technology collaboration with HANMEC to manufacture the chamber. So this is manufactured from Japan and Taiwan. So also very solid quality, very good reputation. Okay. So our chamber, the brand name is 𝗚𝗔 𝗛𝗲𝗏𝗏. So I'm also looking for a good partner in India to promote marketing and sales the mild hyperbaric oxygen chamber. Okay, thank you. This is my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. There is a question for you. The healthcare infrastructure is improving, taking in regards patient safety. How do you think that your industry can contribute to it?
Okay, our Guangtai Medical Group now have also set up the clinics in Taiwan for the patient with the asthmatic surgery and the bone and bones injuries, something else. So we set up the clinics to more close to the patients, and the clinics also install the oxygen chamber to the patient and can get quick recovery when they have the surgery, bone issues, something else, or dental issues. So in Guangtai Medical Group, we set up the new clinics and include the oxygen chamber, professional doctor, and more discounts consultation fees to benefit patients. Okay, so this is what we do now in Taiwan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yang.
Yeah.
Now, I would like to welcome Mr. 𝗟𝗚𝗱 Xiang, Sales Assistant Manager, BioNeem Corporation, Taiwan.
Yes, can you hear me? Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. 𝗟𝗚𝗱, we are
Okay,
able to hear you and
can you
see
see
the
my
slides as
slide?
well. Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, okay, good. Actually, this is my first time using this kind of system, so I am not really very familiar with it. Okay, so thank you for the hostess, and I'm very glad to be here. And today I'm going to briefly introduce about our new product. It's called CGM, which we are going to launch at the beginning of next year. Okay, my presentation will be divided into 4 parts. The first part, I will talk about the hardware and use combo and how to do quick start. And then I will talk about the principle of glucose detection and measuring points of CGM. And then I will briefly mention about the CGM app benefits. And then I will do some summary. Okay. Okay, we are going to launch a CGM in Taiwan market at the beginning of next year. And this is how our product package will look like. Basically, we will have 3 packages: an easy kit, 2 sensors, and receivers. The easy kit is for the first-time buyer because inside the kit, there is a very important device called the transmitter. The transmitter is the device to transmit the data to your cell phone. And the 2 sensors, basically sensors are consumables, and users need to replace 1 sensor for every 14 days. So 2 sensors they can use for 1 month. And receiver, it's a mobile device, and it has built-in CGM app. And if the users they don't have a smartphone or they don't have a smartwatch, then they need to buy the receiver. Next page. Okay, we have different ways of usage combos. Most of the time, we would recommend our users to use CGM pair up to the cell phone or smartwatch. But in the case if they don't have a smartphone or smartwatch, they can buy our receivers. The receivers can receive the data from the CGM and display all the information on the screen. Okay, so this is the combinations we most recommend our users to pair up CGM with their smartphone or smartwatch. Okay. This device is the white square device is called transmitter. Okay, this is another combinations. It is designed for those people who don't have any smartphone. Okay. But of course, they still can, if they use the receivers, they can download the CGM applications from Google Play or Apple Store, and they are exactly the same functions. Okay, how to quick start? Actually, to use our CGM, it only takes 3 simple steps to start. Even for the first-time users, they can finish all the steps within 3 minutes. The steps are, first, you only need to pair out sensor and transmitter by scanning the QR code on the products. And then you need to apply the sensor and transmitters to your body. There are 2 places you can apply our CGM. The first part is the back of your upper arm, and the second part is your abdomen, means your belly. You can find a place to apply to your belly, and then you just activate the connection and go. Okay. Here's a slide to tell you more detailedly how to do the step 2 I just mentioned. Okay. First, you just take the inserter on your left hand and you open the cap, and then you just apply the inserter to your skin and then push it down. And last, you only just need to install the transmitters, then it's finished. Okay. It takes only, actually, in my personal opinion, you can finish all the steps within 1 minute. Okay, then I'm going to talk briefly about the principle of glucose detection and memory points of CGM compared to traditional BGM. Okay, the principle of CGM is quite different than BGM. We know traditional BGM, it detects the glucose reading by checking the glucose in your whole blood. That's why you need to prick your fingers every time you do the measurement. But CGM is different. CGM detects the glucose that existing in the substance called interstitial fluid. Interstitial fluid is the substance that exists in your subcutaneous tissue. So where is your subcutaneous tissue? It's just 2 or 3 millimeter depth from your skin surface. So you can see here there's a needle, a very, very short needle that penetrates your skin down to the subcutaneous tissue to detect the glucose. So what are the memory points? Actually, you can regard the CGM like your personal accessory. So once you wear it, you don't feel it. It's just like part of your body. Okay, so you can do everything. You can do everything as you do before. You can even go do all kinds of sports. Because our CGM is waterproof, it can resist against humidity from your sweat or water when you are doing marine activities. Okay, and the second memory is very important, normal irritating finger pricks. We know for diabetic patients, they need to prick their fingers maximum 7 times a day. And we know pricking a finger can be very painful sometimes. Okay. And the third memory is it 100% reflecting your actual glycemic variations. Okay, just look at this. Okay, the blue line is the variation done by CGM. And the green line is the variation done by traditional BGM. So when you compare these 2 lines, what can you find out? You see, BGM lines, obviously they are missing. There are 2 parts are neglected. The lowest part and the highest part are missing. But on CGM, you can see everything. So all the variation is transparent. Okay. So, and this place is what we call the blind zone. The blind zone is here. Okay. The blind zone means you cannot see it, but they actually exist. Okay, then move to the next page. Okay, this is the interface of our softwares. Okay, so what are the benefits? So all the data collected by CGM will be displayed in graph and statistic data. So so reading the report is very intuitive. When you take a look at it, you can understand immediately how your glycemic control has been going. In addition, the software, the app can generate a report called AGP report. This is a very important reference for doctors when they are making decisions for your following medical practices. Okay. The next page. And besides, our app also provide with users platform. And on the platforms, you can invite your friends, families, and maybe some people same like you who have diabetes. On the platform, you can share useful information. You can encourage others and to learn from those people who have very good control on their glycemic. If someone are doing very bad on their glycemic control, you can tell them how to do that. So we see peer pressure is not always bad. It just depends on how you use it. Okay, let me move to the next page. Okay, let me quickly make a summarize. Okay, we need to buy the kit for the first time because there is a transmitter inside. A transmitter is just like the main board of a computer. It's an electronic device. Without it, CGM cannot work. And the sensor is just consumable. You need to replace every 14 days. Okay, there are two usage combos, CGM with smartphone or CGM with receiver. Okay, there are 3 steps to do the quick start. Pair up and apply sensors and transmitter to your body and activate the CGM and go. Okay, CGM can detect glucose from interstitial fluid, BGM from whole blood. So this is the biggest difference between these kind of two systems. Okay, so CGM's advantage, no fingerprints, no and fit into your daily life. You can do everything, just like before. And no blind zones. All the data is transparent. Okay, the benefits about our CGM apps is it can generate intuitive graphic data and AGB reports for your physicians. Okay, it also provided with users a platform available to get support from your peers. Okay, thank you. That's my presentation today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Elvis, for the wonderful presentation. Coming on to the last presentation for this session, I welcome Mr. 𝗕𝗔𝗗𝗏, Senior Engineer at Advantech Co. Limited, Taiwan. I will request him to be brief about his presentation. Mr. 𝗕𝗓𝗏, we are not able to hear you.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we are able to hear you now.
Okay, good. Okay, so this is 𝗕𝗓𝗏 and from Advantech, and today I would like to talk about the topic about smart hospital solution, which include integrated operating theaters, connected wards, and telemedicine. So first, I would like to thanks organizer Voice of Health, National Chang Kung University Hospital for inviting me here. And I would like to tell you that Taiwan is probably you had heard that Taiwan is quite strong in computer manufacturing or semiconductor manufacturing, IoT technologies. And but I would like to inform you that this, other than this computer manufacturing, Taiwan and Advantech is very strong in healthcare IoT technologies also. Several of the earlier speaker has discussed about that India is going for this hospital digitization and the connected paperless hospital. And this kind of thing is kind of already common in Taiwan. Most of the big hospitals in Taiwan is already paperless. And this is because of the Taiwan has a leadership position in these IoT technologies. And especially the hardware part is very strong in India. And Advantech is for the last 5 years, we are into the hospital integration business in India, and we are working with our partners in India for the hospital, hospital projects. So as you can see, Taiwan is we are based in Taiwan and a stock listed company in Taiwan with revenue of around $2 billion US, with 8,000 people working globally for Advantech. And we are mainly into Internet of Things, medical computing, and imaging solutions for the hospitals. We also have 2 offices in Bangalore and Pune with around 60 people. Basically, we are a global company, and we have offices in 28 countries, including USA, UK, Israel, and India. And we are working with several of the Indian medical device manufacturers, and also a lot of healthcare IoT startups in India. As you can see, the product side we are into all kind of medical computing, medical imaging, like diagnostic, and also medical mobility, medication solution, telehealth. We have a lot of hardware we make in Taiwan. Other than that, we also have the all kind of wireless communication devices for different kind of applications inside the hospital, so that all your the medical devices in the hospital, in ICUs or in the operating rooms or even in the wards, you can get the data through different kind of wireless technology, Bluetooth or LoRa or other kind of 4G or 5G. You can transfer the data from medical devices to an edge computer and then send it to the cloud or into the hospital information system. With operating theaters, this one is very successful in India. And in India, we have done a lot of operating theaters together with our partners in India for connected hospitals. And all of these hospitals are big hospitals like AIIMS, and a lot of other hospitals like there is also PGI Chandigarh. We have done several projects in there. So we are actually done around 40 or 50 hospitals in India for government, the government of India or a state government, for the operating room technologies. For the operating room, we have all kinds of monitors, such as this kind of medical displays for diagnostic or surgery. And we also do different kind of recording solution so that all the data during the surgery of the patient can go to the PACS of the hospital, PACS system. So, and there are some case studies we are done in, this one is we are done in UK for operating rooms, where we have done this kind of fully integrated operating rooms, so that when the surgeons are doing this kind of surgery, they can access all the details of the patient records from like MRI, CT scans, all this blood and all the reports at the same place. So you can just get everything ready in the operating room itself, so that it is can be accessed during the surgery, and it also increases the revenue for the hospitals. We are also doing a lot of integration in the AIIMS hospital. This is one of the hospitals where we are still continuing to do the integration. Other than the hospitals, we also have solutions for this kind of paper-led ward solution or or what we call it IP nurse call system, where the doctors, when they visit the patient in the wards, they can see everything in the in their patient information terminal, or even the patient can call the nurses or something. So it is totally digitized. There is no need of any kind of papers. This is very common in Taiwan, and almost all the big hospital is automated like this. So we are also a leader in Taiwan with more than 60% market share in Taiwan for this kind of wards integration. Other than wards, we also have a solution for tele-ICU and critical care. In India, we are working with GE Healthcare for tele-ICU solution, where GE together with us, we have installed in 𝗕𝗔𝗟𝗟 this kind of similar kind of solution. This particular solution is in Azerbaijan and Turkey, where we have given the tele-ICU solution and critical care connectivity, where we can take the data from all the devices in the ICU and send it to the cloud or to a control center, where the doctors can give them immediate service to the patient. Other than that, we are also doing this kind of telemedicine solution by Advantech, where we have a medical card with all these kinds of otoscope and other things required. So we had some of the earlier speakers were discussing about how to improve the healthcare service in rural India. So there may be probably this kind of telemedicine solutions from us can be helpful to them, where we give this kind of, not all the people in the rural villages or somebody who are living in a remote areas, they can access to the big hospitals in the cities. So we put this kind of solution in the clinics in the village or in a small town, which is connected, and then they can discuss their problems with the specialist doctor in the big cities. In India, currently we are working on a project with Banaras Hindu Hospital in India, BHU Hospital in UP. And our proof of concept is quite successful, and then the UP government wants to introduce the similar solution in at least 100 hospitals in the UP. So you can see an example of this one of telemedicine in Taiwan, because Taiwan also have a lot of places which are remote or in the mountains or hilly regions or some of the islands of Taiwan, where you don't have the specialist doctors. So they can just connect with our solutions to the big hospitals in big cities. So this is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kaushal, for taking us through the Taiwan's healthcare solutions and medtech industry. I would request everyone to be here as we are moving on to our last session for today. Value-based leadership, reinventing healthcare for tomorrow, diagnostics. With the emergence of new diseases, the need to diagnose these early is the topmost priority in our healthcare sector these days. With the advancement in technology, we are closer in terms of achieving this. To achieve these goals, we need strong leadership to drive positive changes in the healthcare system. With this idea, I would now like to invite, with a big round of applause, Dr. 𝗟𝗔𝗗𝗥𝗦, Chief Executive Officer, Dr. 𝗕𝗔𝗟𝗟 Lab. Mr. Sanjeev Vasishtha, Managing Director and CEO, Pathkind Diagnostics. Mr. Sameer Anjaria, Chief Operating Officer, SRL Limited. Dr. Ravi Gaur, Chairman, Medical Advisory Committee, Unipath Specialty Laboratory, Founder and Director, DRG Path Lab, and Principal Advisor, Spice Health. Dr. 𝗕𝗔𝗟𝗟𝗏 𝗔𝗚, Anesthesiologist and Director, Artificial Intelligence Development Center, Chongqing Christian Hospital, Taiwan. He will be joining us virtually for this session. Now I request Dr. 𝗟𝗔𝗗𝗥𝗦 to please take over the session from here.
So
a very, very warm welcome and super privileged to be here today, and especially concluding the day with this session. I just found out, although it was a bit delayed, we had a lovely coffee at the back, and we hope to engage you and enlighten you about value-based leadership today. So when I got the mail and I saw the topic, I was really intrigued, and I've done quite a few panel discussions, but this one is really out of the box. And my compliments to whoever thought about this topic. But I am going to try my best to weave in value-based leadership into the current IVD industry and make some sense and also learn about leadership from all our esteemed panelists. And perhaps we can just introduce ourselves if required when we are answering the questions, so I won't go into the introductions. But I have a small write-up that I wrote about value-based leadership. And I happened to come across this paper also from Harvard that talks a lot about what value-based leadership is and how can we percolate that into our organization and our team members. So this is the gist. Values are natural motivators of human minds and therefore are crucial to leadership. A leader should dwell upon the values that one shares with the stakeholders for direction and motivation. Such values-based leadership, when practiced internally as well as externally, results in a rapid and harmonious stride towards the organizational goals and objectives. In the present healthcare scenario, especially in the diagnostic sector, there is an overarching need for value-based leadership. Among the obscuring roles of various stakeholders in healthcare, I would like to discuss this topic in an internal or organizational perspective, as well as an external or a brand perspective. So very, very warm welcome to all our panelists. And I believe Dr. Kou is in a slight rush. So I will quickly start with my question to you before I move on to the other panelists. So Dr. Kou, I have one very pertinent question to you. And with this fast-paced, technology-driven advances that we are seeing in healthcare, it is important that diverse healthcare teams work together. What do you think are the challenges that the core technological teams working in healthcare face while developing shared value systems? And also the significance of international collaboration in the diagnostic space. If you can talk a bit about it, and perhaps if you want to speak about a bit about key initiatives taken by the Taiwan Ministry of Health and Welfare to support the digital healthcare infrastructure in Taiwan.
Thank you, Doctor. Working together at any level will be challenging, especially in technology. Can you hear me? Is the voice okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go on.
Thank you. So it is, however, very important that a common ground be established for to work together as a team. For this to be possible, some of the challenges that will be faced teamwork in healthcare technology. So under this technology fall under this point, first is lack of trust. The need for protect intellectual property is a big roadblock to technological advancement. For countries or institutions to work together, they may have to share patents and other intellectual properties. It is easier said than done, as companies fear copycat and other legal issues in patent infringement. And the second is the restricted access to data. As Clive Schoenberg said, data is the new oil, and just like real oil, no one wants to give it up for free. Members of the healthcare team that intend to work together will have to develop a better trade system to utilize data for common good. And the third is the language barrier. Here's the English language to enable communication. But language is much more than talking. While it is very important to speak to and understand each other, it is equally important to learn from each other's culture and values to communicate better and appreciate them. And the fourth is the standardization. For teams to work together, they must agree on standards and the tools that work in both sides. A very good example in our system of measurement. Another example of tool could be Keras or PyTorch in AI development. They are both used in deep learning, but not in the same standardization. For example, I know Dr. Zhang is in pathology. For example, in pathology, I guess there will be many different concepts and terms between India and Taiwan. So how to deal with this difference will be another issue for common product development. But in the international collaboration is very important because it will benefit not only both ideas, the technology, and the market of both sides. It will make the final product more robust and more reliable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kou. I wish we had more time and to discuss other things with you, but I think you are in a rush, but thank you for answering that question so well. My next question is to Dr. Ravi Gaur, sir. And sir, so I frequently see this, and in any kind of marketing material or any kind of advertisement or anything by any diagnostics firm, quality is one word that I think is there in every single slogan or statement. And although quality, the word is used very, very frequently in healthcare, and all of us aspire to implement it to the best of our ability, I think veterans like you do understand that there is a lot more that goes into building that quality culture in any organization. And so my question is, in the present day scenario, what do you think healthcare organizations should be responsible for, and what counts for high quality healthcare?
Good afternoon. I think this is a very relevant question you asked me, and I think thank you for the Voice of Healthcare for, I think, such an important topic. This is a time when healthcare is in transition phase, and I think a very aggressive phase and being recognized everywhere. You know, if you look at first, I think that's something about healthcare. No, then probably I'll come back to your question. Healthcare today is like, you know, it's a business industry and is a essential service industry. I think there are two components. Now, unfortunately or fortunately, whatever we say that, probably, you know, and it requires high skill, you require business acumen, the kind of data management, and the most important part is the compassionate care. Now, that's where I think healthcare has to be recognized. In healthcare, because if you don't have this essential care element, it's a business. And I think many of, probably I'll not stop saying that, many of the organizations today, we're looking purely as it's a healthcare as an industry without looking at is essential service component. That's mandatory today. And without that, healthcare will not exist. Now, coming to your questions, actually, what you said about quality. You know, firstly, what is quality and how do you define? Probably the perception of quality, I think in the previous session somebody was talking about, is so different for me. I define quality in one way. You define some other way. Somebody will define another way. Quality is such a big kind of a term. How do you define it? It's not really a point of quality. It's like it's probably a entire curve, a journey kind of a thing. Now, and I think simplest definition could be like they say value. Value means is equal to quality divided by cost. That's the definition of the quality. Now, you reduce the cost, you probably have a good quality, is fixed kind of a thing, probably you get a better quality and better value out of it. If you increase the cost, and then what do you do that? Because if that the value outside what is seen, because here the cost, this is the healthcare becomes unaffordable. This is no, but we have to provide it. We cannot be a true benchmark for the quality. In the hospital, I have gone there, or diagnostic center, I've gone there, reports has to be accurate as per this. You cannot have mine is okay, quality minus or quality plus. No, that's a fixed benchmark. So today's scenario, everything is defined. I think you have to talk about value. That means what is the outcome out there. We cannot be purely like we did something. And I come from diagnostic industry. You know, what we're seeing is like without giving any value and bothering about the clinical outcome. We're we are getting kind of a testing which is done, which is probably do this, do this, do this. What is going to be outcome? Now, if you want to do a, you can say a profile 1, profile 2, profile 3, I may not be requiring profile 3 because mine is something else, yours something else. But only what we see is the cost and delivery model and nothing more than that, and no clinical outcome out of there. So I think the quality, when you have to talk about value, it has to be quality healthcare and nothing else. I think that's the most important part, and it is going to cost you because they have multiple parameters. It has to be safe, it has to be timely delivered, it has to be, you can say, people-centric. Like for that matter, so that they be showing some kind of care, should be personalization was happening for the individual specific. It has to be efficient, and then equity, because it's not like I say I stay next to Vedanta, probably, or maybe some person stays next to Gangaram Hospital. They said, oh, it's a big hospital, is accessible, but it is not affordable, so it is not accessible to him. I think so. What is all this combination? And today we are struggling with that question today. And that's where I think we, as a leadership people, we need to address that issue. How do we address that? And this is something, and probably the answer is integration. I think all of us, whether using technology, right skill, right tool, as a benchmark, we have led multiple organizations. We have been running my own setup also. We have to set up goals. We have to equip our staff with the right kind of skill and tools. Management structure has to be aligned. Now, one thing which is like you have to think from the futuristic point of view is top somebody's think, bottom nobody's thinking about it. They're two different, I think, but we have to align them together. Then there's always have a continuous improvement services. That's how you're evolving. Because if you don't do continuous improvement, you will not lose out. What we have seen, many of the hospitals during the COVID time, it was fast innovation and kind of a thing. You have to innovate day in, day in out. Diagnostic companies, I think, Dr. Rang, Arjun, you're here because you were the first one to set up a mobile or a on-road kind of in the car or vehicle collection center. That was something like a piece, and everywhere now we have. Then after that, the labs came up, and Sajeev is here from PathKind. They had a bus and all container based, and everywhere the whole thing started. But it has to be so rapid and ready. You cannot say. So leadership have to think about how to give an outcome-driven solution to the people. I think that's where I think we're going to work on. That's what my.
Thank you, sir. Those are golden words indeed. And I would completely agree with you. I think the impact that you have on the patient, I think that is what defines quality. We'll come back to that, sir. But Sanjeev, sir, my next question is to you. And sir, in your decades of experience and with different organizations, I would like to ask you that what are the key values that all healthcare organizations should espouse? And how are these values in healthcare, especially in diagnostics, unique? We were also talking during coffee and that we have to be sensitive to various things in this industry. So would like to hear your thoughts on the same.
Also, thanks, Arjun. Very, very pertinent question in today's times. And thanks, VOH, for inviting us, having us over here. And I'm so glad somebody's talking about values as opposed to just valuation. I think the buzzword these days is valuation. Everybody is trying to create valuation, which I could never understand the concept. I think if people start aiming for valuation, perhaps value doesn't get created. But if you are doing it in the reverse manner, that might hold good. If you try to create value, valuation invariably follows, right? So coming to your question, Arjun, first, I feel that, as you rightly mentioned, in your opening remark, what are values? Somebody, and especially in healthcare context, if somebody is, getting, inspired or motivated by certain set of things, which could be through conventions, customs, or whatever, I think these become values going forward. Now, having run a few hospitals and now running, two companies I've run, and this is the second one I'm running on the diagnostic side of the last about 11, 12 years, I can tell you that the most important thing is, compassion. Dr. Gaur did touch upon this. Now, I would not like to touch upon things which have been beaten to death, or very, if I tell you that, the companies have to have the fortitude to meet today's challenges, or they should be transparent, they should assume social responsibility. It'll sound very cliched. So my thought is that, let me just try to, give you certain analogies and why compassion is important. And I think it to be the super most important, value which should be there in the healthcare or diagnostics, whichever you look at it. So I remember about, say, 13 years back, I was running one of the hospitals which I was running, which was under my command. I happened to work quite late that time because, my family was elsewhere. So this hospital was in Jaipur, perhaps one of the largest hospitals there. And I was taking rounds at about 11:30. We had this NICU, neonatal ICU, and I thought, let me just go and have a round over there. Nobody was there in the lift lobby. There was some seating area, and this lady, he was with her eyes shut, must be about 28, 29 years of age, wearing a burqa, but her face was unveiled. And her, what I thought was that she was chanting something, and her tears were rolling down the cheeks. I went up to her, introduced myself, said, "Can I do something for you, ma'am?" She says, "Look, my son is very sick. He's a few days old, and he's in the NICU." And I said, "Where's your husband?" She says that, "Look, he's talking to the resident over there, resident doctor." I walked up to him, and I said, I called the top honcho over there, some doctor who was the only DM neonatologist in the state that point in time. He used to incidentally work with us. I called him, "Dr. So-and-so, can you come to the hospital right now?" It was about 11:30, 12 that time. And he obliged me and asked him what is the prognosis like. He says the child is really very, very sick. Though, so whatever I could do, just to pacify the lady and assure her, I went to my, apartment, and I told this doctor to keep me posted. At 2:30 in the night, I learned we lost the child, despite the best of the efforts. Now, if I would tell you that, I lost my appetite, and this was my first tete-a-tete with, running hospitals. I come from a finance background. Last 17 years, I'm in a business role, or so to say, healthcare industry. Before that, I worked in multiple other industries. I had never seen these kind of things. So I got quite flustered, and, I lost my appetite for the next 15, 20 days. But then I realized probably, everybody needs to be sensitive. And this is what we were talking, me and Arjun, some time back. Unless until you have the right kind of DNA, you can never work on a value-based system. So compassion comes to my mind when I talk about creating valuation. Value is concerned. Some kind of a value system you want to create for your organization. Compassion should be the prime focus. Second is the patient centricity. Now, again, a lot of reams and reams of papers have been written and spoken about what patient centricity means. Now, if I have to put it to a context of the diagnostics industry, patient or customer, in our case, is a doctor, could be a walk-in patient who's coming to our labs. It could be a channel partner who's trying to, do a bunch of stuff for us. So idea is you have to put the patient, in the middle. And my theory is rather simple. So all my team members who are, holding the forts in the remotest of the areas, I tell them, whenever you're confused and you're not able to reach out to the management for any decision, take a decision which goes in favor of the customer or the patient. That's the easiest thing to do. Now, out of 10, probably 1 or 2 decisions may go wrong, but that's all right. There's nothing wrong in that. I think we are here for the patients. And as I said, that DNA, you have to have the right kind of DNA. I don't want to be sounding condescending and saying that, look, others are not doing good job, whether they're running a retail business or FMCG business or a, cinema business. But healthcare is a very different animal. I can tell you with conviction. Next, I thought is ethical practices. That's again one of the values which should always be on top of the agenda, whether you're running a hospital or a diagnostics company. Idea is to look at as an individual, as an individual, not just as a disease. So oftentimes what happens is we start treating a patient or start treating a disease, forget about the patient. So I have seen various hospitals where they follow some immaculate practices, like critical cases are often discussed by the doctors. They huddle together in the mornings and they talk about a patient as a whole, because we understand their comorbidities, which ail people oftentimes. And especially the people, if the patient is in the ICU. So similarly, same holds good for the patients in the, who coming to the labs and diagnostics industry. So I think very, very important that we should follow practices which are ethical in nature. idea is not to really thrust the test on those people, understand what is written, offer them the best possible thing. What instead of them coming 5-6 times to the lab, I think if we can offer a panel which makes sense, probably we should be guided like that. Because we always feel that a stitch in time saves 9. It's very important that one should get diagnosed at an early age so that the treatment can be started. And last thing I'd like to say, to one of the values which is very, very important to me, is walking the extra mile. Now, it requires a Herculean effort for anybody to be working seriously in the healthcare or diagnostics industry. And if I have to quote one example to you, would be the COVID times. Forget about the labs. Our corporate office wasn't shut even for a single day, even during the first wave. We went up to the commissioner in Gurgaon, where our corporate office is situated, and we requested him that, we should be allowed to give us the permits. Everybody was very skeptical. They didn't know how to proceed, really. I mean, the world, we understand what kind of monstrous proportions the disease had taken that point in time. So much so that when the services were not available to ferry the samples from point A to point B, whether it is the air services or the train services, the bus services, our riders, whether they were driving the cars or bikes, they rode their bikes for good 600 kilometers a day. I mean, this might sound like a absolutely impossible thing, but they made it possible. So I say that once you are in a situation where you have to face the crisis, one has to walk the extra mile. So this is one of the values which I really hold supreme as far as I'm concerned. Thank you very much.
That is indeed the crux, I think, of today's session, and the values in healthcare and diagnostics, like Sir has just enumerated, would be compassion, patient centricity, ethical systems, and also going the extra mile. I think that sums it up. And Sameerji, my next question to you. And on the flip side of what Sanjeev sir just said, I saw an advertisement by a lab a few days back that said, date is 10, rate is 10, International Men's Day, get LFT for 10 rupees. So just sharing in light humor, but the ethics that we talk about and that we dream about, somehow there is a school of thought that says that the diagnostics in this country, very unfortunately with a heavy heart, is moving towards being a commodity. Now we see packages that started at 999. Now we also have packages that start at 99. People have started not calling these packages now. They've started calling, could you offer buffet of tests? I was like, buffet? They're like, yeah, like we can choose as many tests as we want. So it's actually inching towards being disrespectful to the industry itself. And I really want that the future leaders in this industry, and to learn like veterans from you, actually imbibe those values, that a simple report is not just figures that are written down on a paper, but they actually control majority of your medical decisions, and to actually respect that report and understand the value that diagnostics bring into the healthcare life cycle. So I would like to hear your points on this, please.
Yeah, thank you, Arjun, and for a very interesting question. And thank you, Voice of Healthcare, for this session on values. I think what you essentially, what the industry is essentially going through at this particular juncture is a very, interesting time because on the one hand, you see a lot of patient engagement with this particular industry, which has really jumped up. Of course, COVID has been a driver. And at the same time, you are also seeing a lot of new models, coming up of late in this particular industry. Completely agree with you that what was 999 coming down to 99 and maybe probably 9, going forward. To my mind, it basically, trivializes the amount of effort, which essentially goes in. I mean, let's keep the business part aside, but there is a serious medical outcome which has to be delivered in that particular direction, and somewhere putting it at that particular level with that particular kind of communication, to my mind, it's kind of possibly reducing the the threshold for the industry over there. You raised an important point on commoditization, right? And will this industry, is it trending towards a commodity, right? If you actually look at it, pricing aside, but this industry runs on certain very set benchmarks, some very set platforms, and the platforms might be very similar, from one lab to another. But at the same time, so while that might, tend towards the commoditization, but I think very clearly there is a long way to go, or I would in fact even stick my neck out to say that there is a pure commodity play is kind of very difficult in this particular industry, right? And let me give you reasons why. Firstly, as India, we Indians are extremely brand conscious. That is the first and the foremost this one over there, right? You look at category after category, our affinity towards brands is extremely high. You name the category. I mean, the extreme example that I can think of is we even go to the extent of branding the TMT bars which we use in the construction, right? The TMT sariyas, right? Which we are going to be using it once and then we are never going to be seeing it forever. But there is a brand play in that kind of a sector as well and has been successful, right? So when it comes to diagnostics or when it comes to healthcare, which is, dealing with our lives, dealing with our health, I think there is a huge scope for brands to basically grow organically, take the organic route towards branding and move towards, very clear, sharp differentiation. So, at this particular juncture, I mean, it's good that the industry is moving in a particular direction. May not be, the direction that, we would hope that, it, kinds of moves away from. But I would say it's a good step that, there is some movement forward in terms of, saying that, yes, there is a differentiation possible. And I think once, the dust settles down, I think there will be ample opportunities for a lot of brands to play, their game in terms of taking the branded play forward there.
Absolutely agree with everything, Sameer. And I also feel that newer incumbents into the industry, I think we all have to together collaborate, innovate, and find differentiators in the industry.
Absolutely.
And just making that 99 a 9 or a 0.9 is not the way that we can move forward. So quickly moving on to Dr. Kou. And so my next question is more based on AI. And since you are an expert in that field, sir. And with the advent of AI in diagnostics, there has been a discussion on the value of artificial intelligence and the extent to which it can help physicians during diagnosis and treatment. Can it ever be an independent diagnostic tool on its own? What would be the challenges in effective use of AI, especially in India-based diagnostic systems in the future?
Yeah, will AI replace the medical physician? No. AI will help medical doctors. It is undoubtedly that there has been much development in artificial intelligence in recent years. The AlphaGo's ability to play one of the most complex games for computers to learn, the Deep Blue's milestone achievement in defeating cheap grandmaster. So some of these technologies have indeed trickled into the medical domain and has been very helpful. AI is used in computer cytology, malignant cell detection, and skin cancer detection and classification. So AI has its usage. Maybe it is too early to say, or maybe AI as a diagnostic tool will eventually get to the level to be adopted as the gold standard in healthcare diagnosis. But there are still some questions that must be addressed, even if we overcome all the current challenges. Who will take responsibility for the AI mistakes? Second, can AI show empathy and the emotions that the human doctor would? So for the challenges India could face is using AI in the future, one of the key hurdles is adopting new technology. The masses may reject AI methodology. There is also the issue of platform for deployment. AI on its own is just computer software. The hardware infrastructure will also have to move at the same pace as AI methodologies to be of any use. If AI is for diagnostics, I guess there's no problem for India to develop your own AI function in your product. There's no problem for India's computer science technology. I guess in the developing stage, the main issue will be how to pass regulation of the Central Drug Standard Control Organization, CDSCO. This is my answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Koo. That is very enlightening indeed. So, Dr. Gaur, my next question is to you. And I often hear this from my father about how the IVD industry has evolved. And he also tells me this story where he sold his scooter to get the first semi-automated analyzer in those days, and how things have evolved from mom and pop kind of labs with 5-10 patients a day to handwritten reports. I've kept one report also from 1986, and my father has a horrible handwriting, but my mother has a beautiful writing, and it's actually in her writing. So how far we've come in these 4 decades. And I think you've seen it all, and how the value systems also have transpired and probably changed and metamorphosized, if I might say, over these decades. If you can walk us through that, sir.
Well, again, I think this is a journey because, the healthcare, especially or diagnostic, even to more specific, I'll say, we're evolving from a cottage industry to transition to big industry houses now. That's how it is. I think it's something like, I always say, like today, even like the way the diagnostic industry, like a barber shops, every nook and corner you have something, and you have Habibs. Same thing, something's happening for the diagnostic, same thing for the healthcare. Healthcare has always been actually a local kind of a thing system. You have a local doctor, local person. So this was a small cottage here. And now this is getting thing together. We have a change. This is the biggest change is happening, the first thing today. In fact, I am an oncopathologist by profession. I still remember what you're talking about, writing reports. Somewhere when I was in Indian Army, and after that, we used to always write handwritten reports. Army was never had computers that time. I'm talking about earlier, late 80s. Even when I came down to a practice, I think it's still about late 90s, I was writing a handwritten report. And one of my consultants said, why can't we type it out? I said, I need a typist. I can't type it out because I'm doing 20 biopsies a day. How do I do that? But I think that's a change which has come. Now, I think if you look at that change, I don't have to do that. Probably I just have to speak out. I think reports are right here, and you can auto editing is there. So a lot of technology has actually come into the system. It's evolved very, very far. Well, but I think what I was come back to the the healthcare system or diagnostic system. The biggest thing is because as the industry evolved from cottage to bigger industry houses, we talk about healthcare industry now. Here we have the leaders who are there. They have probably not small center here and there. They never kept up, they never had a keep up with the newer things. They probably were very confined to that. I'm happy with, comfortable with that. They had, they never had probably acquired desired competencies. They said, as long as I'm happy with my, 5 districts and 5 hospitals, I'm fine. They don't want to work around. Who can think about today delivering a remote surgery happening in Nagaland, happening in Kohima, and some reports are, and even part of Himachal Pradesh. People are doing surgery from here, robotic surgeries and guided by things. You can never think about it. So that's another area which is something. So then the rapid reinvention, I think, that is also people never thought of. What I say is like, adaptive change is, especially in healthcare, is difficult. It requires changing fundamental values, giving up your previous advantages, what we are used to, adopting new learning curves. I think people are a little reluctant to kind of think this is something which is in healthcare. No, it's easy to, because what they say is easy to use whatever I know, I'm pretty good at it, I'm comfortable with that. But probably during that process, the evolution, what has happened, you miss out the root cause. Today, we actually go to personalization and everything is analytical and database. I think we're missing out that. So this is the journey which has happened. Now, coming back to, what you talk about, like hospital. Today, what we're talking again, the difference between the past there and we talk about hospital as a revenue center. We talk about patient as an object. We're not talking about, in diagnostic again, we say, I've sold 5,000 packages of 199. What is 5,000 package of 199? I'll say I have taken care of 50 patients, given them comfort and enough kind of satisfaction with the compassion hearing. Probably I may got less number of patients, but I've given them value. They're more comfortable outcome. What with 5,000 patients will do? How will do with the report in the hand? They have the values which is not relevant to them. We're talking about 51 parameters and 2,000 parameters without realizing the fact that this parameter is nothing. You have a liver function, 8 parameters or 9, but they put IgOT, IgPT ratio, protein albumin ratio. These ratios are already there, and you're selling this. Earlier LFT had these 10 parameters. Now they have made it to 22 parameters. But those are nothing derivative of this. And then patient get kind of a thing confused. Are you creating a right value out there? No, you're not actually not. So I think that is what we need to look into it. We should actually be talking about. This is the disadvantage of the transition, bigger business houses. They talk about only nothing but the revenue. We should have to take the patient as a customer. Satisfaction is more important to us. Now, the next, I think, why this is another point I like to put across here today. So is we require to work as use a technology today. Technology is something we have to use for integration. If you don't use a technology for integration, today, if I want to give a value, probably I will say a telemedicine. Doctors practice in isolation. They used to work in hospitals in isolation. There's really not a teamwork because 2 doctors and team, that's good enough. But today, no. Why can't we have an integrated medicine or integrated diagnostics? At one point at time, we even have a teleconsultation facility available, doctor on the ground, specialist somewhere, diagnostic guy somewhere. Okay, the patient has come, let's all talk about had a tumor board meeting or some meeting right at the front of the patient. We do it that way. That way, we'll be able to deliver much better outcome. Come, let me have 5 packages, 3 packages, and 4 packages, or do this thing or do that thing. This is not something which is like, I think the integration, the using of technology, that's going to be futuristic. And this is what we do in a bigger hospitals and bigger centers. It's in hospital like bigger all centers. You always find there's a tumor board meeting. Every day, put 5 consultants sit together, discuss together. I think this is something which should be now brought back to the day-to-day practice, which is going to play a very, very important role. And also because the medical care or healthcare has missed the industrial revolution. Industrial revolution happened when the manufacturing people adopted it. We never, because we thought we are skilled enough. We have enough skill to handle whatever outcome it is. So as a result of it, there's a fragmentation. There's a super specialty and this in between, there's nothing. They're not talking about it. We have high-end diagnostic. We don't have basic. Basic is doing basic, high-end is high-end. There's no communication between to each other. I think that's integration. That's the evolution which should happen. That is where technology exists, systems exist, people exist, skill exists. I think unless you do that, you will never be able to deliver the value what you're talking about. Lastly, Sanjeev said, for me, we all talk about what is the turnover, what is the valuation. I don't know. That's what we're talking about. I think I'll say that if you have a deliver value, your valuation will be much higher. No harm in going for valuation. That's the important part of the system. But create a value system, give a better value for a better valuation. That's what I'd like to add.
Thank you, sir. I think it's very difficult to actually speak about so many years of metamorphosis and actually juice it down into such few minutes. I think this is a longer topic and we look forward to learning from you more. But Sanjeev sir, my next question to you, and it was only day before that I was seeing your current organization's Diwali campaign and I simply loved it. It said कि हम फर्क नहीं करते. And with your current enterprise's emphasis on tier 2 and tier 3 cities and going and penetrating India where there is a dearth of diagnostic facilities, what kind of leadership qualities do you think are needed in such a focused approach towards the expansion that you are taking? I know, sir, you covered it in the last one, but anything unique, specific, especially for a country like India, where awareness is the least and people need to be educated along with a lot of empathy and proactiveness as well?
Well, that's a long question. So yeah, so I'll just try to break it down. So first thing first, I think when you talk about leadership, whether in tier 1, tier 4 or a urban or a metro city, I think to me leadership, and they talk about leadership style often, I think it's sacrifice. Leadership is always by way of sacrifice. What you are willing to cede in favor of others as opposed to what you will get. So that's first thing first. Second, I think there's come a time now where if you think that somebody should be called a leader, that person should have the ability to look beyond his own company, beyond one's own organization. He should think about the industry and the country also. It might sound a bit lofty statement, but that's a fact. Unless until the industry is thriving, chances are very slim the companies are going to survive or thrive in the longer run. Now, why tier 2, tier 3, or tier 4 cities? This is a question often asked to me. Why did we choose to go there? So 70%, or I'm not really looking at fractions, but a give or take, percent or two, 70% people residing in the rural or the suburban areas, and only 30% of the healthcare is available there. So there's a huge gap. Why should a person travel 50 kilometers or 100 kilometers just to get oneself tested or for the healthcare, basic healthcare? So there's a huge demand over there. The problems, there's a galore of problems, not just one. And I think we were amongst the first ones to list, who stuck our neck out and thinking that, probably we should come up with a model which is a kind of a budget model. And I'll again draw some analogy. I'll do it with a few hospitals like Ginger model. They thought, we'll have a swanky hospital or a very flashy hospital in the metros and then come down to tier 2, tier 3 cities. It's small. Healthcare, it is not possible for multiple reasons. Why you can save something on the infrastructure side, the hospital or a lab can be just neat and utilitarian with no frills, yet the OPEX to run the show is very, very high. The professionals, which are very few in our industry, as you are aware, only about 1.2 million doctors to cater to the population, which is about 1.4 billion. If we talk about qualified MD pathologists, microbiologists, biochemists, only about 13,000 and about 200,000 labs in the country. So it's a huge gap. Sending these people, nudging these people to go to a rural area or a tier 3 city, it's an ordeal. So you have to pay 1.5x or 1.6x of what they are drawing in the urban areas. There's so much of pushback from the local guys who may not even have a qualified technicians, forget about the doctor, in the government bodies and various other bodies who feel intimidated that some corporate companies coming, they're going to kind of gobble us up. I clearly feel time has now come. We have to create multiple pies as opposed to just pouncing on the same pie. Create more markets. Reach out to the people. With this thought process, we went there, and very clearly, we thought that services have to be made accessible to these people. Now, accessibility, while again, too much of hyperbole is being created around accessibility, affordability, but that is the area, those rural areas or tier 3 cities where actually the services have to be given dispensed at an affordable price. So if I have to just share with you how the things function. So a poor guy who doesn't have much of paying propensity or paying proclivity, if he has to travel, let's say a long distance, in our country, people, they come in hordes. A single patient will never travel to a larger city. He'll be accompanied by mama, chacha, tau, etc. So imagine the cost. Loss of productivity because these guys are not able to work. So the the cost burdens humongous over there. The moment you think about this, the only logical thing is be closer to the masses, be closer to the patients. Why should a sample travel 100 kilometers? Why can't the labs travel to those areas where there's a dearth? So what we do essentially is we conduct loads and loads of CMEs. So every single month we are conducting CMEs, not just for the doctors, but even for those ancillary doctors or maybe doctors from the other disciplines, not the MBBS or the allopathy doctors. So we conduct CMEs or the roundtable meetings. Every month we are doing about 30 CMEs, every single month. We are holding about 1,500 camps every single month. And the purpose is not to sell, because we are not really, we are only taking some registration amount just to give them a flavor of what a good lab should look like. Why they should come to a lab which is a quality conscious lab, just to give them an experience. And why, and just to also tell them the importance of diagnostics. So we do that, very, very often. And we thought that, this is the area, as opposed to, you mentioned about 999, 99 or 0.9, as opposed to getting into those kind of gimmicks, we thought, let's put the money where the mouth is. Let's do something which is sustainable, because people have to be told, if somebody tells you that only 20% of India's population has ever given their blood for testing, pre-COVID days that is, I think its number is abysmal. So, and that too, even if a person has come for the only time in his lifetime is counted in that 20%. So we're not even talking about people who are going every 6 months or 1 year. So the point is that people have to be told that if 70% of the clinical decisions or more than 70% are taken by looking at the investigations, what importance diagnostics holds for us, for the masses. So we are putting, a lot of efforts on that side. That's the way to go. And the good thing is that we see a lot of traction happening on that side. A lot of other companies have also started moving, they are by and large tier 3, tier 4 cities bound, which is a good thing.
No, sir, I completely agree. Although the awareness might be lesser in the tier 2, 3 and rural areas, but I think the respect that the doctor commands and people of our stature where we are providing for the patients, I think is much higher. And I think that's what helps us sleep better at night also. So I completely agree with that philosophy. And Sameet, my next question to you, and this is, so it has two parts to it. And so the first is regarding communication. And how important you think is communication among team members, as well as between the leader and the stakeholders in a value-based leadership model? And how is such robust communication established? And the second part would be if you can give us some examples about your personal leadership style that you would base the exponential success of your current organization on. That'll be really nice to know.
Okay. So I think, if I were to, just rewind about, 5 or 7 minutes to some of the points that Sanjeev, you were making, on what are the four most important things, right? Which is essentially about ethics, about customer centricity or patient centricity, as you put it, compassion, and walking the extra mile, which is about empathy, right? Absolutely resonate, with all those four. Now the point is, you've decided that, these are the four values, and this is where we want to, take the organization forward, really, right? And that's decided in the boardroom, right? How do you really get it out upfront? And that is, and the bridge between, let's say in diagnostics, if I were to use an example, that is the bridge. The communications is the bridge between the boardroom and the test bench, right? Or the front end, or whichever your delivery arm remains over there. And if that is not simple, our values or whatever we decide will continue to be something which is very nice, which is put up in the boardroom for all our visitors to see, but our patients will never really experience that particular part over there, right? So how do we make that bridge? How do we cross that bridge, and how do we do it not just in some parts of the organization, but to do it very, very consistently, right? Because at the end of the day, we are all service providers, and for a service provider, it is very important that the consistency is essentially maintained, at a particular level, right? So how do we bring those values to life? That is where, the communication, bridge comes up. Hence, if you were to do a right communication, that is the fundamental part to basically, building a culture, building the right climate, right? So for example, to give you an example, we've moved, this industry is clearly moved. Earlier the samples used to travel to the lab. Now what has happened is that the lab actually goes to the residences to basically pick up samples over there, right? And if I have to ensure that there is a certain amount of consistency which has to be done, right from the entire training processes, right into the training SOPs, I mean, these have to be just communicated time and time again. And the mantra over there, which is something which I have followed, is that a one-time communication will never work, right? So it has to be, communicate, further communicate, and over communicate, till the time it really, seeps in and, stabilizes completely, into the structure. The message has to be very simple so that the last person should be able to understand it. That's been my, always the mantra, that the junior-most person, right, should be able to explain in very simple language what the strategy is all about. Karne kya wale hain? That has to be very clearly explained by the person at the front line. If you've been able to crack that, you've largely been able to crack, 80% of the problem there, right? So I think getting that and getting, that around that, I think that's really, really important there. To your second part of the question as to how do we ensure that robustness, right? That I think is a question about what is the climate that you build in your company, right? And how do you really build that particular climate where there is trust, where people feel that, if I'm raising a particular issue, that is being heard of. And on top of that, then there is an action which is there to follow the entire thing through. So once you are able to create those three, things in alignment, you are then able to basically create a robustness over there, right? My yardstick has always been that to assess how robust a communication is in any kind of a, it could be a company, it could be a, institution, is can any of your colleague, raise his or her hand and ask a very difficult question, right, in a town hall, and not be judged about that particular question, right? Once you drive an organization to that level, right, and from my experience, I can say that then the way in which an organization is able to treat or listen to its employees, that obviously then basically, manifests down to the customers. I mean, it's a clear dynamo effect that one sees there.
Great. I think last 45, 50 minutes, I've realized that all of us have so much to learn, and me, myself, I have so much to learn. And I think it's been thoroughly engaging and exciting. I think Gaur sir has one more point to make.
I just want to, before we close down, I think today we're talking about healthcare leadership and value-based healthcare. I think this has to be some message across to the audience, people, all of us together for that matter. I think I'd like to say simple, value your health, number one. Give value to your health also. Then you actually give value to your healthcare provider also. I mean, that's equally important. Value him, give his due values. Number three, because it's equally important for the healthcare leaders to provide a value-based delivery to him, service to him. I think that's the outcome, because you have to give value to the customers. So that is something what we're talking about. And it might cost. Value might cost today, but remember, that's always, I think I've seen the journey. I think all of you will agree with that. This you might pay today, but ultimately, if you do this value in a way, that is going to give you valuation in the long term. That's what it is.
Thank you. And thank you, Voice of Healthcare. And it's been an absolute pleasure and a privilege. And for such an attentive audience, and it was a lot of fun, and look forward to our further interactions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Arjun, for leading this session for us. I would like to thank our panelists for this insightful discussion. I know that we are all waiting for lunch, but can you please put your hands together for the great discussion that we had here today? Now, I would like to take this opportunity to felicitate all the dignitaries present with us for this session. I would like Dr. Arjun to felicitate the co-panelists.
Mr. 𝗕𝗔𝗟𝗟.
I would like to invite Dr. Naveen Nishchal to felicitate Dr. Arjun. I request the dignitaries to please stay with us for a group picture. Now it's time to thank the team who supported us behind the scenes for bringing this grand event together. I would like to specially thank National Chang Kung University hospitals and all the speakers that have joined in from Taiwan with us today. I would request Dr. Naveen Nishchal to present the certificate of appreciation to our partners. I request Mr. Gurbir Singh and Mr. Brajesh to take the certification of appreciation on behalf of CTBC Bank. I request Ms. Rubina and Ravinder to take the certificate of appreciation on behalf of Chitkara University. We wholeheartedly thank you for all your efforts for making this event a grand success. On behalf of team of Voice of Healthcare, I thank all the dignitaries from the bottom of my heart for joining us today, both physically and virtually. I also like to thank all our attendees and delegates for joining this conclave. Lastly, I request you all to please proceed for the networking lunch, which is outside the hall.